Victoria University, good morning. And I'm not feeling a DJ level one time. Victoria University, good morning. Guys, this is the very first time the NSSF Career Expo has come to VU. Give us reason to come back next year. Good morning, Victoria University. I have a couple of questions for you guys. I've never seen a hall, and John will bear me witness. I've never seen a hall this full at this time. Do you guys have a boarding section in here? Are there hostels in this building? Okay, so we're university students. We usually call and respond. Who knows what NSSF does?
good. Good morning. My name is Augustine. I'm bachelor nursing.
The training that I had alphabet, information, A, B. What do I say? I conclude that this student is going where?
Must bring your cable again. Must bring your cable again.
It's simply putting two things together that appear to be close. And things that don't appear to be close, you put them out together. And the way it does it is through some simple math. It simply calculates probability. It says that what is the probability of B following A?
Right? And then it calculates what is the probability of C. And according to the training data it has been fed with, it is able to conclude that every time an A appears, the most probable letter to follow A is going to be what? It's going to be a B. I want you to be responding. Eh? I want you to be responding. You get my point? So how is that different from human intelligence? Now, human intelligence is a little bit different. Human intelligence does not rely on training data. Let me ask you, what do you think would happen to a very little baby when it has just been given birth to, and you bring a very hot plate? Let's say you bring a very hot plate, and you put the hot plate on the hand of the baby. Do you think the baby will leave the hand there? What will the baby do? Removes the hand, right? Has this baby ever touched a hot object to know that it is going to burn it? It has never. But human intelligence can be inherited. Are we together? This is what I'm pointing to. Human intelligence can be inherited. There are very many things we simply do not because we've seen someone doing them. For AI and these programs, they are able to replicate most of the work that they do because they study it in their training what? In their training data. Are we together? So if something is not in the training data, the AI is likely not to know what it should say if something is not in the training data. They gave it, they called it artificial intelligence, right? That's a wonderful name. But it's not the same type of intelligence as the intelligence that humans do. Now, the thing is, with AI or artificial intelligence, it is even not new. It is not new at all because it has been here for so long. Artificial intelligence has had different forms, right? And at the end of this discussion, we shall see the most recent form of artificial intelligence. But I want to take you back for you to understand what I mean by pattern recognition and all of that. So, almost before anyone in this room was born, there are certain algorithms that were already in place. When I say an algorithm, what I mean is computer programs. So there are certain computer programs that were there in place that still had the ability to do this human kind of work. I'll give you an example. Back in the days, there used to be people, when the internet was just starting, in the late 90s, you know, when the internet was just kind of trying to, when we were entering into the internet era, people started using the internet to scam, right? So you would be there and you receive an email or you receive some kind of a message on the internet and people were trying to scam you. They're trying to. You get my point? And someone sat down and designed what you call a spam,
dynamic people.
A spam filter. I would ask you to go into your phones and check into your email accounts. Anyone, open your phone, go into your email. Go into your email. Check for what we call the junk folder or the spam folder. Just quickly, something very quick. Go into your phones, go into your emails, see. There's a folder we call the spam folder. Right? Do you see any emails in the spam folder? Someone raise their hand in case you see something in the spam folder. You see something in the spam folder?
Everyone wakes up to a day of hard work.
7, 27. 37.
To get hold of that new opportunity in order to live a better life. And everyone deserves a chance to change their circumstances and rewrite their story.
Try to send you a link, click, and it's still common, by the way. You be there and you receive a WhatsApp message, and the WhatsApp message is simply telling you to click, you're going to win prizes. You click on it, and before you know, your phone has been what? It has been hacked into. Now, in emails, they were able to figure out a way of designing a program that could do what? Filter between a right message or a message that is good and a message that is trying to scam you. You get my point? Now, that is human-like work because as a human who has understanding and awareness, you can easily open your email and read that, oh, someone is trying to scam me, right? So if they design a computer program that has the ability, if they design a computer program that has the ability to filter between that, isn't that human-like work? That's human-like work. You design a computer program where it automates filtering spam messages from ones that are not what? They're not spam messages. Are we together? So you don't have to labor to try and filter them out. I think WhatsApp should come up with something similar. I don't know how it would work. But the point is you'll end up filtering between messages that are ill-intentioned and messages that are not ill-intentioned. Are we together? And you automate that kind of work. So spam filters have been there forever. They've been there forever. There are very many other systems, like you can see some of them that have been mentioned here. Recommender systems, that is all artificial intelligence. It was probably given a different name back then. Are we together? It probably had a different name back then, but the most important layer is that it did human-like work. Human-like work. Are we together? And you see, the way it used to do this human-like work, it was interesting because no human was actually threatened by that kind of AI. I don't think you would open your spam folder and you find there fake emails, and then you go complaining that, hey, whoever designed this program is trying to take my work. Would you? I think you wouldn't, right? Because that kind of automation of work is a little bit good. Like, it's good. Simplify things. I don't have to labor to open my email to know someone is trying to scam me or not. If someone has designed some program that is trying to sort things out, you get. It doesn't have to work like that. I'll tell you. Recommender systems with YouTube. Recommender systems are very, very good. Because if I go to YouTube today and I watch a video, are we together, of some kind of content that I like on TikTok, the next time I go to TikTok, they are going to bring me similar what? Similar content. Now, is that bad? Doesn't it make it easier for you to engage with content because they recommend something similar to what you saw yesterday? Right? So this kind of technology is not new. This kind of technology that has the ability to filter through things and say, this is good, this is bad. The kind of technology has been in place for so long. Are we together? Autocomplete, predictive text, these are not new things. And there's something I want to show you. I want to show you something. I want to show you something interesting. Still about AI, but what I want to show you is a simple video illustrating how AI, technology doing human-like work has been in place for so long, right? And we are going to see a video of some robot that has been in development for like 30 years. It has been there from the 90s, this kind of technology of robots that are trying to do human-like work. You see a robot carrying things. I think it is interesting if a robot can be able to tell a robot to go and bring you a phone. So,
I forgot my tools again. Such a show off.
Now, you see that, eh? You see that? Do we see some human-like work there? I think we do. The somersaulting at the end, eh? That somersaulting, that turning, that's human-like work, right? That's something humans do. It does it. Looks very good, but that kind of technology has been in place, I tell you, for like 30 years now. Are we together? But the most important thing is, it's not about the AI, and that's what I want to show you here. It's not about the AI. So we want to see something else, and we compare the two, eh? We want to compare that first video. These are also robots.
Monica, wake up.
What? What?
Oh, it's you. Why are you waking me up? It better be important.
It is. I have a surprise for you.
A surprise. What is it? I can't wait.
I got you a cookie.
A cookie? But I can't eat cookies. I can't eat cookies.
Amika, cheer up. It's an internet cookie.
This is the worst joke I ever heard. I'm going back to sleep, and don't you dare wake me up again.
Well, there's something interesting in the first video, and I want actually one of you to tell me before I tell you what I see. So I want one of you to tell me what you see in the first video and the second video. In this sense, when you look at the first video of the robot that is doing manual work, and then the second video of the robot talking, which one threatens you? Which one do you look at and you're like a little bit scared? I'll start with this gentleman here. Which one do you look at? Of the two, and like, this is weird. Is it the first video, the second? Just.
Good morning, everyone. As an IT student, I don't see any.
All of them are okay.
Yeah, because to me, robots are here to ease work for us, so they shouldn't scare us. So when we get scared of them, it is like we should also get scared of.
I like this guy. Nothing is threatening. It looks good, right?
Yeah.
I also agree, by the way. I also agree. But let's first take out the IT background and all of that. If you woke up one morning and in front of you, the first robot is there, you kind of send it an instruction, it carries luggage for you, right? And then the second one is a robot that you can talk to. Which one would kind of throw you back like, wait a minute? Which one would it be? Is it the first one, the second one?
In a layman's language,
Yeah.
I think both of them could scare me in their own way. The first one scare me of how it is doing things and maybe mimicking me, the things that I would have done, and it is doing them. Then the other one could scare me more because most of us, at many times, we don't want to interact with people because they will share our things. But now the robot that is interacting with me, it is more scary because it is going to be online and maybe probably someone
Thank you so much.
may
Thank you
get
so
my
much.
information.
I like that. Just one other answer. Anyone, just please be straight to the point. Tell us, option A, option B. Which one would you go with? Like, which one would you be like, this one I can live with it, the other one I can't live with it? Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. In my own opinion, I think the second robots that we saw having a conversation would shock me more because the first one is doing manual things. You can tell that it has been programmed to do that. But the second robots have creativity whereby one of them even goes a step ahead to crack a joke.
Thank you so much. We should clap for this guy. Please clap. Clap. Yes, I like his answer. And the point in his answer is that for the second one, it does something unique. I mean, even the first one. But the first one is almost doing something we've seen being done over, like, let me tell you. You see tractors that do a lot of manual work? Tractors have been there for like, I don't know how long. 100 years, something like that. Machines that do that kind of work. And the first robot does something similar. Simply carrying something, when you send it an instruction through a phone, are we together? You click a button and it goes and brings something and gives it to you. That's cool, right? Everyone would want such a robot. A robot that would give an instruction to clean and it goes on to do what? To clean. But if you're talking to a robot in a conversation, that's a whole different ball game. Right? He adds on something interesting. He says it's a little bit creative. It goes a step ahead and it does what? It cracks a joke. Now, those are things that only humans can do. Right? It's good. We understand. Machines have been trained to do human-like work. That's all good. But if the human-like work they are doing is crossing the boundary of cracking jokes, then there's nothing scarier than that. Like, that is very scary, right? It's good if a machine can be able to do this work when you're the one giving it instructions. But imagine a robot comes to you and gives you an instruction. It tells you, you guy, go out. I don't want you in this room. Move out. Pass there. Who of you would hesitate? So I want to show you the transition that now drives even the conversation we are on in the next 5 minutes. So the thing that has happened of recent, the change that has happened of recent is that there's a new era of artificial intelligence that we've been in for the last 3.5 years. It's the one that you see conversations being held about AI. This kind of technology that does human-like work, I've already told you, it has been there for so long. Yet, the buzz has only been here for 3.5 years. No one has complained about AI. You get my point? In the 2014s, in the 2010s, no one complained about machines automating some of the human-like work, like spam filtering, right? But there's a boundary that was crossed. There is a line that was crossed when generative AI came. Are we together? And the thing with generative AI, it gained the ability to do something only humans are known for doing. Are we together? So it is Google in around 2017. I won't give you the technical history, but around 2017, what happened was they discovered an algorithm where you could train a computer program to process long forms of text. I'm talking about long forms of text. Within a second or within a minute, something that was never seen before. I told you earlier on that this is all, when we talk about AI or artificial intelligence, it is all pattern recognition, right? And I gave you an example of the alphabet. I told you, moving from A, B to C, if training data has ABC, 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 right? Pattern recognition would mean you have a C whenever you finish a B, right? But that's little, those are just 3 characters, A, B, and C. But what happens now, if you can get a computer program and give it a full textbook, and it can do pattern recognition to know that the definition of Newton's laws of, I don't know, were they laws of thermodynamics? I don't remember. But when it is able to know that when I see Newton's laws, this is the sentence that is going to follow. Because it has done the pattern recognition in the entire book. It is now no longer predicting the next word. It is able to predict a full word. A full sentence. That is not a small thing, you guys. And it did not only stop at processing long forms of text. It was also able to produce the long forms of text. So when ChatGPT was released in 2022, towards the close of the year, people were trying this technology, very interesting technology. You give it a question, what is ABCD? And it kind of gives you an answer or feedback. You know, something you would literally say you learned from a textbook. You'd go and ask it to define for you photosynthesis. Now, Google before, those of us who used to Google, you would go to Google, type in what is photosynthesis. It gives you sources. You click in the link. You look and look and look until you come across a definition. Are we together? But now the machine is able to produce that definition for you the same way you would find it in the book. Why? Because in the training data, all this information was fed. And I told you the algorithm had the ability now of processing long forms of words, of text within a second. That took us into the era of generative AI. Are we together? And at the tail end of this, reading long forms of text and producing long forms of text, what happened next? Conversation. Now we moved away from passing on instructions. You see that kind of technology where we simply give instructions? It was cool technology. You sit there, use a remote, instruct the robot to carry something for you. That's okay. But now when you talk to it, simply tell it, you saw the Ameka thing, and they crack a joke. So let's say that's a human and a robot. And you talk to it, you simply tell it, go and bring me that camera. Right? It takes in the information, processes it, turns it into instructions, it walks towards the camera, picks it, and brings it. And then it tells you, here it is. What else do you want? Now, that's different. You understand, eh? just kind of different. And the AI technology, generative AI, it did not only stop at producing long forms of text as well. No, it didn't stop there. It was able to do what we call holding context. Now, holding context is the primary basis of having conversations, guys. Are we together? All of you were probably here yesterday. If you're a student, you had lessons, and maybe as you are moving around, you saw a flyer that today you are going to have the career what? Expo. So you're able to remember, today you woke up in the morning, very early. Some of you, I think, were here by around 7 or 7:30. Because you remembered what happened What happened yesterday. These two things, holding context and processing long forms of text, were the difference that took us from the other era, where we are the ones that give machines instructions, to this era now, where we no longer interact with them as machines, but we interact with them as if they are fellow what? Humans. My friend there, I forgot the name, she told us that you guys use AI as a therapist. She reported you. Now, I don't know how good that is. I don't know the kind of advice you even get. Right? But I believe she's not lying. Because I've had those conversations also with my little sisters. I have one that is, I think, in senior 2. And then you talk to her. And then she tells you, hey, you know what? Me, I don't. Just ask ChatGPT. It is my best friend. Why? Because when she talks to the machine is able to memorize everything about her. That's what I call context. So when it is giving her advice, it processes this information she has fed it with, and it acts like as if it's a human. The way it crafts conversations, the way it puts together a line of text, it can even it can even crack a joke. You go to your ChatGPT and ask it to crack for you a joke. It will crack a joke. You get the point. So, in this new era, we see the kind of technology that is creating new kinds of information. It is now no longer simply doing automated work. Automated work of filter between a spam message and a good message. It goes ahead and does more than that. So the point I'm arriving at is the difference between before and the last 3.5 years is in the fact that generative AI lies on the basis of AI having ability to do what? To read long forms of text, write back, or respond. Are we together? And therefore it will hold a conversation. So when you build a robot, like the ones we saw talking, and the robot, you can have this discussion with it. Imagine us sitting here, and there's a robot that is standing in front of you giving the very talk that I am giving. That is the era we are in now, right? It gives you advice as if, you get my point? We are stepping into that era. We are already there, and more is coming. We are getting to a point where this kind of technology is crossing the line for very many kinds of professions. I'll give you a small story in like 2 minutes and I will conclude this. There's a gentleman, who knows the gentleman that is attributed to naming Uganda as the Pearl of Africa? Who knows that gentleman? He was, I don't want to give you a clue. Who knows the gentleman who is attributed with naming Uganda as the Pearl of Africa? Someone has an answer. Who has a microphone? Yes.
Winston Churchill.
Please clap for her. So this gentleman was called Winston Churchill. Now, of the very many things that Churchill was known for, one of the things that made this guy to be a very, very unique statesman was his ability to give very good forms of speech. Like he would give very good speeches, powerful speeches. He would go to the parliament. I don't know how they call it in the UK, House of Commons, I don't know. He would go and give powerful speeches, right? But history will tell you the person that was actually responsible of those speeches was never Winston Churchill. What Winston Churchill had was a very good secretary. A very good secretary. So the secretary would read the mood of Winston Churchill. Apparently, Churchill would be, let's say, in the washroom, right? And he gets an idea in his head. The secretary would always be near him. So he would be like, I'll be addressing these people, talk about this and this. And then the secretary goes ahead to process his context, like, this kind of a meeting, the kind of people that he's going to be talking to, and all of that. And then the secretary would go ahead and draft a speech. And Churchill would be given the speech when the secretary has captured the kind of context and the information that must be passed on. So Churchill would stand in front of people and give speeches. Are we together? And people would clap. And who would they attribute the speeches to? The speeches would be attributed to Winston Churchill, right? But who has actually done the speeches? Who has done the speeches? It is the secretary. But what unique attribute did the secretary have? The unique attribute was she was able to understand her boss. She was able to understand her boss in a way that she would understand the tone. Are we together? The tone, the diction, the context in which he's going to be communicating, and then write a speech that is able to emulate the actual words that he wants to put out. If he wants to go strong, she would write that. Now, why am I giving you that background story? I've told you the reasons that made Winston Churchill famous were his speeches, right? And his speeches were powered by a powerful what? A powerful assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand in front of you, for the last 3.5 years, each and everyone in this room has access to the kind of access Winston Churchill had for himself. Of all people that were there back in the days, it is only Churchill that had that kind of a secretary, and it made him a powerful statesman. We are able to have technology with us that can process our context. You talk to it, it puts together all your information. Are we together? Trust me, one of the things that made this technology very popular was when people used to tell it, talk to me as if you're talking to a 5-year-old, right? Who has never prompted and put something like that in their prompt? You want a very difficult concept, but you don't waste a lot of time. What you go, you say, it has explained, you don't understand. You like, explain as if you're explaining to a 10-year-old. So this is technology that knows a 10-year-old understand things to this level. So it puts words together that only a 10-year-old would be able to understand. You get? That's what I call context, tone, diction. It is able to process all of that. So all of you have access to that same kind of assistant, that same kind of help that was only available to Winston Churchill. Why? Every form of information that is knowledge-based, textbook information. You wake up in the morning, right? You open a textbook. There's a gentleman here who was doing BBA. There's a lady doing pharmacy, someone doing human resource. All those courses you do, they have books or textbooks that were made. There's a lot of information in them. I told you, you can get that one PDF, feed it into the technology. The technology processes all of it, right? It processes all of it. And then you start asking it questions, and it talks back to you as if it is talking to a student tutor, right? Because it can process all this information about human resource. I don't know what questions they studied there. But that is what we talk about here. Every kind of, I don't want to call it, okay, let's call them disciplines, every kind of career, domain, that relies simply on knowledge, right? Knowledge-based careers, knowledge-based, simply opening a book to read and process and give responses, all of those, they are threatened. Why are they threatened? Because we have technology that does what? We have technology that does what? That can process that textbook information within a minute and gives you a response. And this textbook information would initially be hard for you to process. I remember when I was at campus, there's a lecturer that used to do something. I don't know. Probably have lecturers in the room, but I had a lecturer also. And she used to give us coursework. And then she had some unique notes that she would make for every year. Like, you cannot go and use notes of last year. So she would have different notes for you And she used to release 600 pages of work, right? The day before the exam, the final exam. So I remember everyone knew that, hey, when 600, they come, and every year they were 600, but different things there. And the questions only come from that. I remember we would spend the entire night reading, page by page, page by page, page by page. And you would get into the you would get into the examination room, and answers were coming from there. You have to produce it as it is there and put it on. There was no assistant who would give this and tell it to, talk back to you. But now we are in that era. Textbook information can be processed within a second, and then you get quality responses. So everything that is knowledge-based is kind of threatened. Knowledge-based customer service. You simply work at the reception, where your role is to receive customer complaints, and you respond with generic responses. The customer calls, I made a booking, but I have not received confirmation. Your response is, let me get back to you. Textbook. Now, AI is able to do that kind of work, and even much more what? Much more faster, because it can process. You can simply get AI, what we call a chatbot, you train it. And it is able to produce all of that very quickly, sometimes better than humans. Because humans can have mood, consciousness. There's a time you can meet a lady at the reception, and she's very, very energetic. She gives you that infectious energy, right? The next day you go there, it was raining, she came a little bit late, she's a little bit gloomy, you talk to her. Now machines don't have mood, right? Every day of the year, they are the same, predictable. Yet they are doing human-like work. Efficiency comes in. You understand where now this comes from, why the threat is there, why we have this conversation of man or machine. Because the machine now is doing very many things only humans would do, and it is doing them at a faster speed, with better efficiency. But is it all doom and gloom? Is it all doom and gloom? I think not. It's not doom and gloom. Now, whenever new technology comes, this is what has been there since invention ever happened. Whenever we go into an era of new kind of technology, there's always a threat. Are we together? For certain kinds of tasks. In the 1800s, when machines, some of those things were being put in place, some of the things that used to be there, some of the work, people used to simply go and do work manually, what we call manual labor. People would pick a hole, go dig and stuff like that. And then tractors, machines came in place. They could do this much more faster. There's certain work that was threatened. And ladies and gentlemen, the deal breaker is, in this era, there's certain forms of work that are definitely going to be what? Threatened. But still, when new technology comes up, there are new domains. There's certain new things that are going to do what? Be opened up. And I want to speak more towards the advantages and the merits that come with what? With the generative AI. We are not going to go back. We are not going to go back. We are here now. And our focus is going to be on what we can get out of this AI that I've told you has these abilities. Are we together? 3 things. 1, because of the knowledge problem, very many things can't be done. I mean, if you wanted to, a few years back, if you wanted to, for example, switch a career, if you wanted to move, let's say, from business and go into marketing, if you wanted to, if you wanted to switch a career, this is something that is very common. It will take you years. Why would it take you years? Because information access was always what? A problem. Are we together? As I speak to you now, you are simply limited by your level of curiosity, but not by the information you have access to. Because each and everyone in this room has the same access. Are we together? The difference now is no longer in what you can access. The difference is in your curiosity of using what you can access for better. Are we together? And when you use this kind of technology to access new stuff, you will not actually sound like, if you're really curious and you're good at learning and self-teaching, you won't really look like as if you're an amateur or new to the field. Are we together? It multiplies output, faster outputs, faster. You can simply do things much more faster. And what it means to do things much more faster, it means you create for yourself a lot of free time. Now, what you do in the free time can still be your choice. But then it means you can do much more work than the work that you could do before, because you're now able to automate some of the things because of this kind of technology. I'll give you an example. In 2022, I used to do some work. There's a platform called Fiverr. We do gigs from there. Anyone who has ever used Fiverr in this room? You have. Fiverr has been there for so long, and you used to go there, you find gigs, you get a gig, you do some work, someone pays you in dollars, you live a life, from money from there. But trust me, in the era of generative AI, are we together? The kind of work that people do on Fiverr, you find someone who has a profile that tells you he can do 5 things. And it is possible for them to do the 5 things because they are able to use the advantage of AI, the generative AI, to process and perform, to process a lot of work and do a lot of much more faster, something that was never seen before. Now, this is not a small thing, because it means the human capacity has been empowered with some kind of technology that allows you, right, to do things much more faster. And the things I'm talking about, it's the human-like work. No gatekeeping. Before, when technology was being released, it used to be constrained by what? By geography. It took us very many years to import the first smartphone. Okay, smartphone, I don't know. But for the first mobile phones, it took us a number of years. Phones had already been released where? In the Western world. But it took us some years to get them. And even when they got here, it took some time for people to start buying them, right? Computers. Does everyone in this room have a computer, a PC? I believe there are people that may not have, and it's not a crime, right? But it means if you don't have the PC, you're limited from doing some kind of work. Now, PCs and computers have been here for so long, yet some people still don't have them, right? So you're limited in that case because your money, you don't have money to buy one or something like that. But with this technology, it is not limited by what? It's not limited by how much money you have. Every one of you can just go to their phone and download a simple app. Are we together? And you're able to get this quality work or this quality information from the same app as anyone anywhere in the world. You're no longer limited by where you are. You're no longer limited by simply being born in Uganda. This is the only technology that is produced today, and everyone in the world has access to the same quality of what? The same quality of technology. Now, that has never been seen before. There are very many things we hear of that have never gotten here. I don't know if in Uganda we have, I don't know. Okay, I think we have a few. But you don't find very many EV vehicles. Those are electric vehicles. We don't have very many. But they are out there in some of those countries. There are a lot of issues if you want to bring them here. Yet, this kind of technology that we are saying is changing the future of work. It is defining the future of work. Whenever it is released, whenever a new version of it is released, everyone has access. Are we together? That is not a small thing. So as I conclude this, I want to give you a simple background story on what I mean by what I'm talking about now. Because of ability of all of us to have the same level of access, and I told you already that it is your curiosity that limits you. I want to tell you, people are creating things that they never studied. People are doing work at an expert level in areas that they've never done what? They never went to school for, right? You are simply an idea away from creating something new and something unique. Back in the days, people that used to create software, for example, used to be people that have gone through school. Someone would go and study IT, or let's say computer science, software engineering, and they create, right? Someone would need all that information. How do you code? How do you write this kind of, how do you write Python? How do you write C? How do you write Java? All those languages. People used to go in school and sit down for a full 3 or 4 years. Are we together? And then they would come out and still need some time to perfect their art. So you would take almost 10 years to become an expert developer, to become an expert software engineer, to become an expert in almost everything, right? But trust me, we've moved away from that. In fact, I have a friend of mine who usually uses a line and he says, everyone is a developer. Because the definition of a developer has done what? It has changed. A developer is not someone who goes and studies IT. No. It's not someone who goes and studies computer science. No. Are we together? A developer is anyone who has an idea and is curious to implement this idea. This idea. You don't have to go to school to study most of the things that you can do now. Of course, there are some domains that are a little bit, unaffected by this. But for majority of things, you can simply learn them if you are curious what? If you're curious enough. Are we together? There's a very interesting example I want to use. In this room, there's someone I'll introduce to you. There's a student studying at MOOBS doing international business. Now, normally, international business has no business. International business has no business with development, right? Yet, this student who understands the power of this technology goes ahead to identify a problem, right, in his community. And after identifying a problem in his community, he sits down and is like, I think I can develop a solution for this. He opens his machine, he goes ahead and starts creating a solution. Someone with no background in IT, no background in computer science, is able to create a product that any one of you in this room can go ahead and use. And they've done this not for years, but for months. You don't understand how powerful that is, ladies and gentlemen. You're limited by your curiosity. You're limited by your level of how much can you create? How fast can you create? Because I've told you we have the same level of access. Are we together? I want you to put your hands together and clap for a gentleman. We have in the room, Kamanzi. Yes, you're going to see his video here. You're going to see his video. I may not give him a microphone, but he's the one I was talking to. He goes to university to do what? International business. And then he creates a product because of his curiosity. Because of his ability to leverage this kind of technology. Not as just a therapist. It is good if you use it as a therapist. Not bad. Think of how much you can learn. Think of how much you can create. Think of how much you can create. Are we together? Think of how much access you can get. I want us to watch this. Let's watch this.
And I'm a student of international business at Makerere University Business School. And my passion for AI began. I used to write the different lines of code, and I was being tutored by someone closest to me. But then there came a point whereby AI agents came in and was using a software called Replete. The one thing that I thought about when I was starting solving problems in my society was the field that I'm in right now, which is education. And the challenge that I was seeing is that students were facing a challenge with their results. People are not performing well in the different spheres. And then I set out a solution of that if we have students So in simple terms, people get to sign up. Any student can sign up. But then it's two-way. You have people that are going to help you. Those are the people that are doing well off in the different subjects, or what we call course units. And then you have people that are struggling, people that are very busy and find it hard to maybe read their books. So how we do it is that the people that are helping are able to sign up, and then the people that are going to be helped are also able to sign up. So when these two people sign up into my application, the application is going to connect them using artificial intelligence, that I have someone that is well off. In the real world, it's making a difference in two ways, that we are having people that are maybe knowledgeable in something, and they are maybe not having enough money to carry on with their lives. And then we're also having people that maybe are failing somewhere. So how we are helping them is that these people that are helping are going to earn a specific amount of money. So if I come to you and I'm like, I'm going to give you 1 hour of my time, you're going to pay me 10,000 Ugandan shillings, and then in return, I'm giving you some knowledge that you're going to use later on in your I started using Google AI Studio, and I used this to mainly come up with a design, how it's going to look, the colors, the flow of work. And then I was able to integrate it into a software called Anti-Gravity. It's a software used by Google. It was introduced by Google, and that's where I did most of the work. I chose these tools because they're easier to use, and because I had less skills in terms of development, they were able to do all the background checks and the work. One of the challenges when I just started was we had a saying that people that are not well versed, that in coding, you had to take time to learn. People were taking 5 years, people were taking 4 years, and I was somehow discouraged. But then when the era of AI came in, it made work more easier for me. That was one part. But then remember, when you're using these different platforms, you also have to pay for them. So you pay for the different credits. That was also a challenge. But then when I started using Anti-Gravity, it was only 80,000 Ugandan shillings, and it made my work more easier in terms of I believe the era of AI is just starting, and I believe that people are able to go out there to solve the different problems. It's just starting, and I would call upon my fellow students, all the different Ugandans, to get used to it, because it's here to stay. Right now, I'm going to launch it within a month. I'm going to launch into MOOCs. That's the first university that we are targeting, and specifically international business, because that's the course that I'm doing. And then now I'm able to scale into the university and then also other universities. My advice to any student out there is that go out there. There is a number of platforms that are giving way to anyone to develop. Get used to them. Give yourself time to learn, because I also had to first put in some time to learn, but it won't take a lot of time. It might even take a month or even weeks, depending on how fast you're willing to learn. Start developing, seek advice from the people that are closest to you. Look out for the solutions that you'll be able to integrate using artificial intelligence. Just start.
Let's put our hands together for Kamans. One more time. I want everyone in the room. Yes, you come here, actually. People see you. I want everyone in the room. Now, I want everyone in the room to say one simple phrase. I am a creator, I'm a developer. Let's say this. I am a creator, I'm a developer. I am a creator, I'm a developer. Why are we saying this? He does international business, yet he's able to build as if he studies software engineering. It is curiosity and ability to see a problem in his society, and these are the people that are going to be winning in this new era. You don't have to go and study software engineering. You don't have to go and study graphics designing. You can simply go open your machine and learn and do these things. Are we together? He's an example of where all of you must put your focus. Instead of putting the attention and the fear towards the AI with its threats of taking your job, look at AI as a resource, as a tool that any one of us in the room can leverage to become very powerful people. Everyone is a creator. Everyone is a developer. You can go back. Please clap for him as he goes back. So in 1 minute, I want to use a quote that I always use to end this presentation. And that's a quote from Sam Altman, the gentleman that is responsible for introducing this technology to us. He mentioned it that whenever technology comes out, the bars of jobs are going to be taken is always there whenever new kinds of technology come up. But history has proven that new technology never replaces work. What it simply does, it is to transform the kind of work from a way that work is being done to a new kind of way that work is done. Are we together? We are not here to win a competition of man over machine. We are here to reframe this narrative from the man versus
and this is what offline AI can do. You don't need internet, but you get the same quality of response. This could help out in very many studying scenarios. This doesn't only end in an academic or a studying scenario. We could have very many uses of this. On my right is a plant that I want to show you. We're supposed to use this to show you how it can still work in other cases. So I'm going to take a picture of this plant. Yeah, so I'm prompting now, asking the AI, is this an artificial
Is this an artificial plant? Let's wait and see what it says. So basically, the AI is giving you knowledge that is actually real, because the image wasn't very clear or very near, but at least you see a model that is not hallucinating. It is giving you correct responses. African setting where we have connectivity problems, and if we could build AI that is able to support us even with image, text, audio without internet, then that would be a groundbreaking thing for us.
There seems to be some confusion here. That is a use of AI that will not touch your bandros. I expect a bigger hand clap for that. We know the struggle for bandros when you're a university student. Once again, good morning for you. Guys, we practiced when they were not in the room. Let us show them what we practiced. Good morning, Victoria University. Sent you praise. How's everybody doing this morning? How are you doing, sir?
I'm excellent.
Are you excited, eh? I like it. It's radiating off you, sir. Please give me some of it. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming early in the morning. Dr. Shamim, do you guys have a hostel in this building?
No.
These guys were early. 7:30 in the morning, they were here. Quality students. Okay, let's do a quick survey. How many of you have used AI in your assignments? Don't worry, close your eyes, lecturers. How many of you use AI in your assignments? You have, sir? What did you use it for?
I wanted to organize my code properly, and I asked it to help me out because I was getting lost somewhere.
Aha. So you used it to help you do the task, not to do the task on its own.
Yes.
This is how you're going to miss heaven. This is the first man. You show them what you got. You see, don't raise your hand now. Please, you show them. You watch football?
Not much.
But you watch sports?
Yes.
You know how to raise a trophy? Yes. Imagine you've won a final. That's how you'll miss heaven, guys. So, let me ask. When he was doing a presentation, he spoke about a student who made an app. What is the name of that app? You don't count. You're here sitting at the front like a good chalk. There's chalk on your forehead like a good student. There's someone where? Whom one? Don't worry, please. Please. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. There's a microphone right there. Huh? Campus Connect. Let us also give you a mug, please. No, take it out so they can see. We have to make them jealous today and clap for others until it's time to clap for you. Thank you. Thank you, praise. Now, quick hand up. You put your hand up, then I ask you the question. I don't want you to Google it. You put your hand up in faith. In faith. Put your hand up, and then I'll ask you the question. But there's a hand over there. I will come to you. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine and hardworking.
You're passing there. Your things I see. You fine and hardworking. What's your name?
My name is Kem Gisaila Grant, Bachelor's of Visual Effects and Animation.
So you're definitely a user of AI. My question for you, you guys refuse to put up your hands. My question is very simple. Which university are we at today?
Oh, that's a very hard one. I think Victoria University. It's Victoria University.
You get a t-shirt. You see, this is how you'll miss heaven, guys. You get a t-shirt. Let me give you a blue t-shirt. So, again, I'll ask the first question I asked. Who uses AI for their assignments? Regardless of lecturers in the room. Put up your hand and tell us. Anybody? Honesty is the best policy. But like my friend at the front said, it's not about using AI as an original thinker. AI is a research assistant for you. And we're going to have a great discussion here. You guys are probably... Oh, your hand is in the air, sir. Good morning. What's your name, sir?
My name is Chualabi Samuel. I use AI to generate notes. There is an AI called Studly. It generates notes. It makes quizzes, flashcards. So I generate notes. I make quick quizzes, helps me revise. Then flashcards to help me memorize what I've revised.
You're a very good student. You get a t-shirt. Well done, sir. All right. Thank you all for coming. NSSF Career Expo. It wouldn't have been possible without our partners, Absa Bank, ACCA Global, the Federation of Uganda Employers, the technical team from Fenon at the back. Please give them a hand of applause. Screens, lights, sound, that's them over there, as well as our good friends at Pepsi. I'd like to get the ball rolling. And who better to start things off than Mr. Isaac Bakashaba, the industrial liaison, Victoria University, Kampala. Please put your hands together for him. You know him, you love him.
Good morning. Good morning. I know it's a cold morning and you braved through rain, but finally you're here. Welcome to Victoria University. NSSF, thank you so much. Mine is a vote of thanks for considering us this year. I've been wondering over time, we are your immediate neighbors, and all these career expos have been, we've not been considered. So I think next year, we should be the first university to host this before you launch it, right? Great. Thank you so much to the Cooperative Education Office that has been coordinating this. Thank you so much, and this is our major work, connecting you students to the outside world, to the industry captains, to help you understand what's happening in the spaces of work. And I'm glad to our top management, our dear Vice Chancellor, teaching and non-teaching staff for really creating time. We're in a very tense time. Our students have just come for the March intake, but you managed to call off lectures and have this really massive. Thank you so much. Now it's my singular honor to welcome the Director of the Cooperative Education Office, Dr. Shamim Kematovu, to take us through. A round of applause. I think you can stand then. Photo.
Good morning. Good morning. Give me a Victorian good morning. I know it's very cold. Thank you so much for making the time to come here today. Good morning, our distinguished guests, our Vice Chancellor, our teaching staff, our senior management, our amazing students that are the reason we're here today. You make Victoria University make our heartbeat, right? And our industry partners for joining us today. It's such a beautiful morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Dr. Shamim K. Matovu, and I have the privilege to serve as the Director of Cooperative Education and Experiential Learning here at Victoria University. My colleague guys have just told you what we do. Our role is to ensure that our students are able to connect their academic learning with industry practice. I'll start with something that is very personal. Lately, I've been asking myself, how can I take my time back? And for me, that is real because I want to ensure that I focus on the things that I need to focus on so someone else can take over. And what better way to recognize that AI can actually do that for me? Because the truth is, like many of you, life is hard, right? You find yourself torn between marathons of emails, so many notifications, dealing with deadlines, and urgent tasks that suspiciously show up at 5 p.m. Anyone's life? Raise your hand if that's your life. Anyone? Yeah, thank you very much. And this question led me to deeply ask myself about artificial intelligence. What does it mean for your career? What does it mean for my career? And also, what does it mean for the future we step into together? Because we are a community. Let me tell you a quick story. So a few months ago, I used an AI tool to write an email to a prospective partner. It was really concise, very simple. I just want something simple to communicate. I got the feedback. It was a very nice email, very concise, short. It gave me the details that I wanted. But here was the sign-off. Warm regards, Professor Matovu, Senior Neurosurgeon and Space Technology Consultant. Now, I am a very ambitious person, but trust me, I've never cut any brains, right? So that tells us that AI can make mistakes, right? But I promise you, at the end of the day, even as ambitious as I am, I've done zero surgeries. And the closest I have ever come to space is the moment when I take the plane and think about it. Is this the life of an astronaut, right? So that moment taught me something, that AI can be helpful, but it can confidently make mistakes. And if you don't pay attention, it will take you to the moon without oxygen, and it will ask you whether you are in the right place. So why are we here today? We live in a world where knowledge that once was in libraries is in our pockets. AI can analyze, it can summarize, translate, design, and recommend. And it can also do it in seconds. But here's the truth. AI learns everything from us humans. It mirrors our brilliance, but also the biases, our blind spots, and sometimes our confusion. That's why the conversation today really matters and is essential. Here at Victoria University, especially with the Cooperative Education Office, we don't just exist to help you pass exams. We exist to help you envision your careers, to prepare you not only for jobs, but for leadership, for decisions and ethical challenges, for a world where AI will sit beside you in almost everything that you do. Because in the age of AI, your greatest advantage is not what you know, but how you think. What is the world of work telling us today? Because it's important. We don't train you to become professional students. We want you to go out in the community to solve challenges. Around the world, AI is already reshaping jobs. People are turning to AI to automate boring tasks so they can focus on meaningful work again. Employers are demanding for skills that AI can't imitate: emotional intelligence, critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, leadership, and empathy. Sometimes something interesting is happening, but AI, we say, is replacing people. It is not. People who use AI are replacing those who do not. And that is the new reality. So what's your responsibility as a future professional? With great power comes great responsibility. If you've watched Spider-Man, you know of that quote. AI won't automatically make workplaces fair or inclusive. That requires human leadership, your leadership. So as future professionals, I appeal to you to start asking bold questions. How do we ensure technology builds trust instead of eroding it? How do we make AI decisions transparent? Who is accountable when a system gets it wrong? And how do we design technology that serves people fairly and fast? Because responsible AI is not a technical issue. It is a leadership issue. And leadership is you and I. So today's topic is man or machine, and I'll tell you that neither. Man with machine. The future of work is not about choosing between humans and technology. It's about partnership. It is about using AI not to replace your thinking, but to amplify it. Not to become less human, but to become more human, more creative, more strategic, innovative, and more compassionate. As you walk through today's career fair, I urge you to be curious, ask bold questions, challenge assumptions that have sat in your mindset for a long time. Experiment, explore, and imagine. Because the future is not something that will simply happen to you. It is something you will help create. And now, it is my greatest honor to invite a leader who continues to champion innovation, academic excellence, and future-focused learning experience here at Victoria University. Please join me in welcoming our Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Muganga, to give his remarks.
The teacher in me, most of the time it doesn't allow me to stay so stabilized in one place. But I will try. One important information I want to share. There is one company, we're talking about AI, we are talking about man or machine. There's one company in, thank you. In the United States of America, if you're using AI, it is the chip powering AI is manufactured dominantly by that company, and that's NVIDIA. That company, it's worth, if they became so generous and they donated that money to the African continent, to every one of us, the 1.4, 1.5 billion people, everyone would go home with $3,000. Now, take a minute and allow that to sink in. One company donating $3,000 to 1.5 billion people. That company is bigger than the money made by every African country. You can combine them 54. Their GDP is 3.3 trillions, but that company's worth is 4.7 trillions. But the only thing that is really powering it to that wealth is artificial intelligence. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? My VU students, how are you doing? Great. So the other thing I want us also to look at, or maybe let me first share this, and you may have found it somewhere. There is a marketing company. I was contracted and hired by another company. An example, if NSSF was to hire a marketing company to do for them a market survey. So this company was manufacturing shoes and selling shoes. So it hired a marketing company to do a market survey for them in a remote community to see if they can sell shoes in that community. They sent 2 marketeers or marketers. The first marketing person went, did a survey, and returned, wrote a very beautiful report and said, while I was there, I didn't see anyone wearing shoes, so that is a dead market for shoes. That was report 1. Report 2, I went to that remote community. No one had shoes. That means it's a virgin place for us to sell shoes. That is AI, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you will see it as an obstacle, something disastrous, something we shouldn't go to. And others will see opportunity. We'll see opportunity. Now, I just As I welcome you to Victoria University, thank you, Stevens, Mwanje from NSSF, ABSA, our bankers, thank you very much. Now that you're here, we can bargain openly. You can cut on the charges. We'll do well. Fenon Steve is not here, but he's represented, a very good friend of mine. Thank you for coming. AI Studio, very good information. Thank you for sharing. SCCA Global, the people who do the things that I don't like most. I don't know how if I would have been an accountant, but I respect people who do things I don't know. Thank you for coming as well. My incredible students, I don't know if I would have been a vice chancellor without students, so thank you for showing up, and I'm always grateful. But let me immerse you into real life. Forget about narratives, but real what? Life. What is actually happening in the world we live in. It may not have touched you, but what is actually going on for you to know that even if you don't want to be part of the AI revolution, it will not spare you. You can hide all you want. You can even create a cave underground. It will not spare you. So whoever is working on presentation, my presentations, kindly give me slide number 0001. That's why I like doing things myself. I'm sure they are struggling with it. Yeah. Go to my flash. Yes. Exactly that. Now let me stand here. So, the world we live in today, all of us, and your country, our country does not exist in isolation. So there is a history that really backs up everything that we do. For the last 400 years we have lived, we have seen two remarkable periods. 1900s. And that's when you saw things like the internal combustion engine. You studied these things. In Uganda, we have studied so many useless things before we come to university, and this is one of them. You have heard about electricity. You heard about the telephone, the radio, and all those things. Every time there is an innovation that is unique, that is rare, that is the first, there is always the impact it has on productivity. So prior to that period, you can see that the GDP growth of the world, if you totaled it up, it was raising by somewhere around something like 0.6% growth. But when that time came, we saw something closer to almost 8%. It is not hearsay, it is real data. Now the second time frame we have is what is happening now. You can see when internet showed up, when you got cell phones, and things went down. But I want you to look at what is happening between now and 2030. Again, a new innovation. But this time, not even one. We have 5 technologies converging together, 5 technologies. if you can give me, I think, slide number 007. Eight. Is it delaying to reach here, or the delay is there? I'm one of my friends, you can do better than this. Okay. We are seeing a convergence of 5 technologies. 5. We are seeing robotics happening now. We are seeing multiomic sequencing. You're talking about how technology is impacting the health sector. We are seeing public blockchain. We are seeing energy saving. We are seeing artificial intelligence driving all those innovation platforms. Now, the mixture or the convergence of these 5 technologies or innovation platforms is giving us, give me the first slide, is giving us what you can see in the slide here. It is giving birth to almost 15 technologies happening in the same time, which is likely to lead us by 2030 to GDP growth of almost closer to 18% worldwide. Now the question is, if you're a student today, if you are a country, if you are an individual person, and if you are government, are you going to be part of the people who are going to benefit from this kind of economic transformation? That means your job is at stake. You can either do better or do worse. People should not tell you otherwise. This is going to make us more productive or more worse off. So you choose where, which side of the continent do you want to stand on? So give me slide number 2. All right. Now let's look at this. Again, like I said, I'm talking about facts here. Credible research that has already been looked at, and we have agreed that it meets the forecast that was made. In 2022, the global equity market capitalization, I am sure NSSF knows this very, very well. They invest a lot in different companies. Abusa, you know this. You really, really trade into this all the time. And my students are smart enough to understand what it means when we say the total stock market. If you look at what was projected, in 2022 we stood globally, we stood at $84 trillion coming from the traditional economy. Keyword, or key phrase, traditional economy. But if you define the traditional economy, if you don't understand it, it is Uganda as it is. It is Uganda as it is. Traditional oil. The banking sector as it is. Manufacturing, exporting coffee, growing fish, milk production, you name it. Gold mining, traditional. But if you aggregate everything in the world, it came to $84 trillion by that time. Now, there was a new economy, the disruptive innovation technology economy, which constituted 13 trillions at that time, and again, powered by AI or different innovation technologies. Now, 2030, it was projected at that time that we are likely to see the compound annual growth rate of almost 40%. And then look at the convergence of those technologies. The way I showed them to you earlier, they were going to cause the disruptive innovation technology economy to grow to $200 trillion globally. And then look at what the traditional economy is looking like, $97 trillion. Now, you can ask yourself, am I studying to go and look for a job in the traditional economy that is shrinking and dying every day? Or am I studying to work in the disruptive innovation economy or the new economy that is actually growing? If I'm a business, am I still operating in the traditional economy? Or I am repositioning myself as a company to actively participate in an economy that will actually be alive. So again, man or machine? You can argue, I can argue that it can be both if we made an intentional choice. Next slide, 3. Now, this one everyone knows. I am sure if you're a young person here, if you don't have an iPhone, they should pray for you. There are so many pastors in Uganda, and you get an iPhone. At least that's what everyone is thinking. But if you look at the technology world, earlier I said there is a company called NVIDIA. That is its worth, $4.7 trillion market worth. $1 trillion. Apple, almost $4 trillion. Alphabet, the parent company of Google, almost $4 trillion. Microsoft, everyone who has a computer, you understand what Microsoft is all about. Almost $4 trillion. But look at our mother continent, Africa. GDP combined, Uganda and other 53 countries, if you combine us all, and all the companies we have in this country and in this continent, good continent of ours, $3.3 trillion. Every company is bigger than us combined. We do a lot of agriculture. We do a lot of mining. We keep so many cows. We steal from each other. We pray a lot. We do everything. But still one company is bigger than what? Africa. There is one common denominator of all those companies. No one sells beans, no one sells coffee, no one sells, they all sell what? Technology. All of them. And the technology they do is impacting now every sector that we can be part of. Coffee, commercial agriculture, oil, all these technologies. So that means if we wanted to fast track ourselves to become better, even at a micro level of a human being, me, we need to embrace technology and AI, to be specific, because it is powering these companies to abnormal wealth. Give me another slide. Now, earlier I told you the projection of the traditional economy and the new economy. Now, look at 2025, last year. The global equity, the total global equity market capitalization, it sits at 148 trillion, meaning we are actually on track to the other one that was projected. So if you give me another, that is 148. So to hit 300, we have a few trillions, like 152, to hit the $300 trillion. So that means it is real. So if you're not embracing AI and technology, I don't know whether you want to be friends with your grandparents or even those who are dead, because those are the ones who lived in an economy that was not technologically powered. Real things, not fantasy. You participate in it, you're a teacher, you know when you're teaching a student. And am I preparing someone's child to be part of an economy that is actually supposed to be in their future, or an economy that has passed? Next slide. Now, let's look at what has been projected as of last year. Same company or same fund manager, that is ARK Invest, that has proved to be more accurate than any, not even World Bank, not even IMF, ARK Invest is proving to be more accurate than any organization that is into the world of forecasting. So if we look at what the revision of the projections right now, in 2025, when the 148 trillion equity market capitalization was achieved, then they projected moving forward. If you can see still, the traditional economy is going to suffer 90 trillions, and the new economy 210. But what is powering the new economy? AI software and cloud computing, robotics and autonomous vehicles, energy storage, blockchain and digital space there, multiomic sequencing. No one is talking about agriculture. It is okay, we need food. And these technologies will make everything we do in this country even better. Now, what matters in this situation is that, if you give me another slide, is that we are about to see a human person, the human capital of a country, experiencing the level of productivity that we have never seen in our lifetime. Even your parents or our grandparents have never seen in their lifetime, where a human being is more productive 4 times and above than we have ever been. The other day, I sat with a colleague of mine from one of the leading daily newspapers here. And I asked them, if I tasked you to do for me some research, I want you to go to UBOS and do for me an analysis comparing Uganda's population in terms of religion, level of education, and then religion, level of education, and then tribe, and then also, I think those were three variables or parameters I was looking at. And then he told me, don't worry, professor, give me 2 weeks. I'll give you what? The research. 2 weeks. I told him, sir, okay, sit down in my chair. I went on my agent, he knows very well, just used a very simple prompt and gave him amazing infographics that had analyzed the entire information I asked him in less than 5 minutes. Because it was heavy, it could be less than that, but in less than what? 5 minutes. The best he could tell me, professor, you have given me a lesson of my life. Allow me to go and also educate my friends. This is a person from a leading data what? Who are supposed to analyze and research things in real time. But AI, what it does, it makes you a better person, a better productive person, a better business. Now, If you went to ABSA, for example, and your analysis potential is up there, report writing skills in minutes, and then, or you went to NSSF. I was telling Stephen earlier that they have done well these days now when my staff, and again, that's technology, when my staff get a notification on simply SMS that their contribution has been deposited, you start seeing a smile. Everyone starts looking at a future getting brighter. And before we deposit that money, before they see the SMS, everyone is gloomy. And now, when they look at the app and they see how it has accumulated, the future also looks more brighter. So you should also use AI to track how many people really look at that app. And then you give me discounts, like bonuses every time, yeah? User-friendly bonuses. You do? My staff, you have heard. Keep looking at that thing. So your interest is like 14, almost 13, 14%, which is great. I have a friend of mine who works here. He has already planned what he's going to do with his 200 million. He can't even wait. He's even planning how to retire early. And then he goes into government. Then he comes to you and you pay. Please, when you see him, give him his money. So ladies and gentlemen, look at what the legacy industries are looking like. 90 trillions by 2030. But the AI-driven innovation, 210, 70% of the entire growth we are talking about. So the question and the answer are very, very simple. What you need to do is very, very simple. They told you Kamanzi is not, including myself, we are not IT, computer science gurus or experts or anything. We are far away from that. I am far away from that. Kamanzi, I shouldn't speak for you. Congratulations, by the way, but I'm far away from being an IT person or data scientist, but I'm simply an economist and an educationist who admires technology, and I become self-taught on a daily basis. You can embrace AI. It can make you a better person. It will really distinguish you from a bulk of people, I can tell you. So you have to make that choice. There is no looking back. The only thing I can do is to thank NSSF, ABSA Bank, and everyone else who is contributing to this kind of career expo, making it happen such that tomorrow can be better for you people. They deserve a huge round of applause. So with those few words or many words, depending on where you're seated, I want to welcome you all. Thank you for making it through the rain, and you come here to listen and be part of what a new economy looks like. To my teachers, teach our students, and every teacher, wherever you are situated, you can be in Victoria University, you can be in Makerere University, you can be in Indeje University, you can be in UCU, you can be in St. Lawrence, you can be in Cavendish, you can be, there are many. Nkumba, Bishop Stewart, Mbarara University, Kamale University. We are in this game, this business, to create a future for the young people. We are fortunate that this country has the youngest people in the world. So for them to embrace technology is like doing what? Standing and walking? So that is an opportunity. So we are supposed to create an education that everyone would benefit from or will benefit from. And thank you, NSSF, ABSA, for really supporting us to bring meaningful and transformative education to these young people of Uganda. I hope that one day this country will reach that promised land of the wealth that we must create as us. But we have to think boldly, we have to think different, we have to think unique, and wean ourselves away from the mediocrity of thinking that because we are Uganda, we cannot catch up with the wealth countries. We can leapfrog every country and become a better nation that is richer. Thank you very much.
I'm very sure we can do better than that for Professor Lawrence Muganga. Thank you very much, Professor. As he takes his seat, please allow me to move the program on and constitute the panel that's going to have a great discussion on our theme, how AI is going to impact on your careers. Like we have been doing before, let's just establish some ground rules. We all agreed that clapping when you don't mean it is unnecessary wear and tear. And I'm pretty sure that when we were 4 or 5 years old, we'll all learn this song. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Nah, I'm not feeling you guys. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. There we go. Allow me to introduce our panelists. First off, from NSSF, he is the digital manager at the National Social Security Fund of Uganda, Mr. John Senkezi. Please keep the applause going because the next person on the panel is somebody who is known to you because he is a lecturer right here at Victoria University, lecturer of digital marketing. Please put your hands together for the one and only Isaac Odong, founder and CEO of ROAS Digital. Next up on our panel, please keep your applause going for the business process re-engineering manager at the National Social Security Fund of Uganda, Madam Agnes Mahoro Mbasa. You saw him previously as he did a presentation for you. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Lamek Kavuma, Chief Operating Officer at AI Studio Uganda. And last of all, but certainly not the least, the founder of AI Studio Uganda is in the house, and he constitutes our panel, Mr. Roland Ganafa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your panel. I'm going to start with you, Isaac. Maybe you could just give us a sense of what it is that you do. Do you see any of your students in the house today?
Thank you for the opportunity, Moses. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. I don't see any. So for what I do, I'm a digital marketing lecturer at Victoria University under UFTAB. I'm also the CEO of ROAS Digital and ROAS AI. ROAS AI is a company that employs 70 AI chatbots that provide solutions to different clients around the world. Thank you.
So I think you'd be best placed to tell us, what human qualities do you believe will become more valuable in this AI revolution? Maybe to give the students a sense of that.
Yeah, so first off, I'm going to start with something very basic that all of us use, right? So it's communication, right? Majority of us have an app called ChatGPT on our phones. However, many of us, if not all of us, use it the wrong way. How? We go in there and say, I'm Isaac Odong, I'm a lecturer at Victoria University, I'd like you to create for me a curriculum in 100 words or 1,000 words. That is what you call a hallucination. It's not a prompt. Now, how you become valuable, one, is by understanding that platforms like ChatGPT, platforms like DeepSeek, like Claude, like Gemini, were created using tokens. These were created using mathematical models. That is to say that if you are to use these platforms, you need to understand what a prompt is. So I'm going to give you a simple hack. For all of us that are using ChatGPT in this room, one, pay the $20 and get ChatGPT Plus, because you're not going to be able to leverage what I'm going to share with you today. So here's what I'll do. If I'm a lecturer, for example, I'm a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur or creator, one of the things I want to do is to design what you call a master prompt. So I would go in there and say, I am Isaac, I am a lecturer of Victoria University. I'd like you to create for me the kind of questions and answers you think that you would ask me if you were a lecturer, and what the things that you'd expect from a student. And what it's going to do is it's going to create for you typical questions. What should the curriculum be like?
Okay.
What should be the course load? What modules are you looking like? Then after you've designed that, you say, now, basically what you've done is you've created a profile in ChatGPT, paid for. The second thing you're going to do is you're going to create what you call a system prompt. And you're going to ask it, what kind of output would you expect basing on what you've shared with me? And what it's going to do now is it's going to create for you a model or a behavior basing on what you've shared. The third thing you want to do is to customize, right? So when you're communicating to these platforms, you want to tell it, look, much as I'd like the output you're going to give to me, I'd like you to think of me as a person who is, and this is a shortcut that I usually want to do. I usually go and upload my LinkedIn profile and say, this is typically who I am, but I'd like you to just go and study this information. The fourth thing that you want to do is create folders. So within ChatGPT, you can actually create subfolders, and when you go back, you're not communicating afresh, but you're clicking on a folder and you're communicating within that folder. The fifth thing that you're going to also do is to create what you call a canvas. So most of us will go into ChatGPT and start chatting on a dashboard. When you're creating a prompt, say, I'd like you to create this information in a canvas. So what it's going to do is it's going to split your screen into two, and it's going to create a chat section and a canvas section. Now, the difference between the two is if you're using the chat section, normally it's spitting out content as you type, spitting out content as you type. With the canvas, it's simply iterating what you've shared. So if you say that I'm a lecturer, I'd like you to create for me a curriculum, and I'd like you to re-edit what you've shared, it's not going to spit more content, it's going to customize that content. The last thing here that I'd like to share is that you can actually learn to customize or create bots for yourself. So let's say that the university wanted to create a digital marketing course, and you don't have a resource to do that. Within there, you can actually go to the settings and click personalize and say create a bot. Now, when you're creating the bot, you can actually upload, like I said, your LinkedIn profile and say, basing on this information, I'd like you to create for me 4 custom questions that are going to be shown on the canvas that this person is going to leverage. And that is how you're going to be able to communicate. Thank you.
Aha, sounds like quite the process. And process is the perfect segue for me to go to the Business Process Re-Engineering Manager at NSSF. Agnes, good morning.
Good morning to you.
For the people of Nansana, what is business process re-engineering?
Those are very many words to simply say that what do you do to make your processes more efficient on a daily basis?
So that could include even you stripping down and having a skeleton staff, if that makes you more efficient.
Or repurposing them
Or
for more
repurposing.
meaningful work. Yeah, that's safer than saying that you're just stripping them.
Okay, do forgive me. I'm learning as I go along. Maybe you could give us a sense on the skills that would make these students valuable within that business process re-engineering ecosystem.
Thank you. So I think, not that I think, I know that there's something I learned once from a very brilliant lady, and it's called FAT. It's the only place you're allowed to be FAT. FAT, F-A-T, meaning faithfulness, availability, and teachable. And when you talk about faithfulness, you're thinking about what's your work ethic like? It's a skill today that is very valuable. Are you the kind of person who has a reputation that everyone wants to work with you? Yeah? What is your emotional intelligence like? It's no longer more about IQ, but even your emotional intelligence. Are you the kind of person that people actually want to work with, that you don't cause conflict everywhere that you go? That is becoming more valuable as we go along. And then where do you have your domain knowledge? Yeah? So so there's that one place where you are an expert, and then you learn other things to expound on your expertise and be very relevant in every space that you go to. And then, of course, availability, because then availability enables you to have a problem-solving skill. Yeah, I keep telling my kids that identify a problem in your environment that you can solve. If you're spending all your time scrolling on the phone on Instagram, just following people, then you're not available to even identify a problem that you can solve. I think I like the example they used today of the gentleman from MOOBS. He was available to notice that there is a problem. Your creativity and innovation comes from being available, yeah, to identify what creative solution can I give to this community. If I'm not available to notice what is happening in my community, I'll not be creative, I'll not be innovative. So that really speaks to availability. And then lastly, being teachable. I think building from the brilliant presentation from the professor, being teachable remains that one skill that will help you move from one place to another and remain relevant. My expertise is in customer experience, but today I sit in the technology space. If I tell you what I studied in school, I did environmental management. I've never practiced it, but I'm constantly learning, and that has kept me relevant in the different spaces that I'm in, and therefore a skill that cannot be taken away. He spoke about communication skills. If I'm seated here and the presentations have challenged me, I go back and ask myself, okay, so what skill do I need to add on to myself to learn afresh and be relevant where the economy is heading to and be relevant to the future? So be faithful, be available, be teachable, and that will help you develop skills that can never be replaced, that will always be sought after.
Be fat.
Yeah, be fat.
Yes.
That's the only place that allows you to be fat.
Yes, me and my big-bodied brethren are very happy. We're very happy you've given us an acronym. John Senkezi, the Manager Digital Services at NSSF. Give us an understanding of what it is you do at the fund.
Thank you, Moses. So my role at the fund sits at the intersection of three inputs. On one hand is data, technology, and then strategy, specifically marketing strategy. So at heart, I'm a marketer using these very frameworks that have been here for a very long time, which have evolved in some way or form. And at the fund, my role is essentially getting overly obsessed with consumer behavior or customer behavior, using tools and technology like artificial intelligence to understand what people are doing, what people are saying about the fund, and how we can position the fund, one, from a brand equity perspective, how we can use the information or data about the needs in the market to position our products and services. And more importantly for us, because we are a digital-first organization, how do we reduce the cost to serve our customer by diverting them from the traditional ways of service, like walking into a service center, to using the digital tools. So my day-to-day really involves looking at the data, like Lamik said, identifying the patterns that exist in this data. What do people like? Sentiment analysis. What aren't people clicking? What are they clicking? Heat maps, event data tracking, and things like that. And now we translate that into campaigns that are going to be relatable and understood by the different markets. We also recognize the fact that in any market, you will have customers that are in different buckets or segments. So we use artificial intelligence at the fund to better understand the segments that we have in our customers as well.
I think the students would appreciate an example of how you're using AI as opposed to working against it in that particular bucket that you're talking of right now.
Yeah, so the fund serves over 90% of our customers online. That means that we've taken a deliberate effort to invest in technology, and this technology brings about all forms of data. When you visit the NSSF Go app, as an example, whatever action you take is tracked. Whatever action you do not take is also tracked. So we look at dormant and passive data to analyze what people like, what use cases are working for them, and to Agnes's role, working with the technology team to refine the way we deliver our products to the market. Yeah.
Thank you very much, John. Roland Ganafa, you are the founder of AI Studio Uganda. What is AI Studio Uganda? For those ones who came late, you could give us a sense of what it is you do.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
AI Studio Uganda is it's a small company, an enterprise AI company. How did it come into existence? So we were young people with a vision of where we want to see our country go. And we admire like the big techs, and then we're like, what can we build that can work with us here instead of waiting for the big compute and all that? So that's how we came up with the offline AI, one that can run on your phone. So we can do it for education and health. We are doing it for health and education. So it was so easier for us to adapt quickly, create something that can work for everyone, even if they don't have internet, even if they don't have a laptop on their phone.
Okay.
So AI Studio Uganda is a group of visionary people. Me as a founder, I have a big background. So the way where I started from was social sciences, like development studies. Then I went into the UNHCR, Save the Children. Then from there, you see me in Ministry of Education, coming up with the new lower secondary curriculum. So this is a visionary person. I want something that adds on our country.
Because you're seeing opportunities.
Yeah.
Are there opportunities you see now that didn't exist before and you'd advise these students to jump onto?
Yeah. I'll give you an example. It's, you see Isaac there. I learned digital marketing from Isaac way back.
Now you see Isaac is a liar because I asked him, do you see any of your students in the room? He didn't say.
So I was one of the people who believed in Isaac when he started. And good enough, I got a deal in digital marketing with Jibu, not with AI Studio Uganda, but with my company, Magamoto. So there's that company I have, but I managed to crack a deal with Jibu Water to do digital marketing for them. Remember, this is a young company, but you have a skill in digital marketing. There are many companies that do this, but using digital marketing with AI. So I was able to grab that opportunity before even AI Studio started.
Oh, well done. Guys, the opportunities are there. Just open your eyes. And that's why I want to bring in Mr. Lamek right now. Lamek, you had a great presentation that you did for us on AI at the workplace. The simple question I want to ask is, should the students in this room be worried about their careers?
Yes.
Yes, they should be worried?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
But I also say no, but I would start with the yes part. And the yes part comes from what has been observed through research is that the kind of work and careers that are threatened, like I mentioned earlier on in my presentation, are the careers that are basically easy to automate. Now, what kind of automation is taking place now is automating of knowledge dissemination. If your only selling point to a workplace is your ability to reply to a customer, it's your ability to simply come and provide information that is written somewhere in the book, then you must be scared because that is easily doable, or AI is automating doing that kind of work. And trust me, in almost every profession, usually at the entry level, what people come with is that selling because they don't have experience. So someone goes into the workplace when they are relying on things that they've been studying at university. Now that information you're gathering at the university, it's information that has been put into these systems that you can easily get agents that are doing this work much more faster and much more better than any human would do. But then the no part comes in when you understand that in the same argument of people being the industries that are being threatened where people are losing their jobs, it is in those same industries where a certain clique of people or certain groups of people are actually benefiting more. And it has been studied and research has shown that people that prove to provide much more than knowledge to their workplaces are actually having an advantage because it takes much more to know how, for example, you're going to work with AI. And working with AI is not simply cliche that I want us to go away with when we say that please go on and start using AI. What we mean by that, it's understanding how best you can work with it. Do you have the judgment? Do you have the tact that can work around with this particular AI to get the best out of it? So any individual in this room, you're a student, third year, finalist, first year, second year, any of you, you should think outside the box. You cannot present yourself to work and your only selling advantage is that you've done a course. You must provide more to the employer. And some of those things you can hone them. Some of these skills are easy to hone. Some of these skills are easy to hone and you add them to what you have. So when you present yourself as someone who is curious. You present yourself as someone who can actually put together a number of tools and solve a problem. So you're offering much more than just what you've learned. I think that is going to be the biggest question everyone must answer in this room. It is their ability to offer more than what they've learned. If you can offer more than what you've simply learned, then you will be good to go.
Okay, so it's about being innovative within whichever ecosystem you want to thrive in. And I feel like that's a good jump off for me to bring Isaac back in. Are there certain barriers to AI innovation that you may have encountered, and maybe you could give us practical steps on how these students can overcome those barriers should they meet them on their journey?
Yeah, sure. I'll share two. One of, if not the most significant barrier, is limiting beliefs or poor
Limiting
mindset.
beliefs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So typically, most of us were born, were taken to a hospital and taken to a certain school without our choices. We're taken to high school. We're given books to read. We're told what time to eat, what time to sleep. Those were decisions that were made for us. Okay. Now, I say that there are two kinds of entrepreneurs. There are those that take that path to university, get married, get a job, and then there are the crazy ones. People who are like me, crazy people.
Okay.
I'm trained as a human resource professional, top of my class, degree and master's. And I got bored. And I said, I need something that is going to excite me, right?
Okay.
Now, a mentor of mine saw me wasting my life, clubs, drinking, going out. I used to be that guy. And said, you have so much potential, but you're wasting it away. I used to have access to so many CEOs in this country. I'd walk into an office and typically just laugh with people because my dad was a guy who was connected. And I'll come back, I'll reference him again. Now, when he told me, I'm going to employ you for a year, I'm not going to give you a salary, but I'd like you to visit every influential person you know in this country and introduce me to these people. I will tell you, I spent a whole year, I collected 1,000 business cards, I didn't make a single sale.
None.
And then he sat down on his computer, pressed a few buttons, and told me, wait 24 hours, I'm going to show you results. The next day, he had $100,000 in his bank account. I had never seen that much money in my life. The first thing that came to my mind was, if I saw that cash with me right now, we all make these mistakes. Go and buy a new gym, PlayStation, get a girlfriend, deceive her with hair, things like that, right? But he told me, I'm not going to pay you this money. He actually withdrew the money and showed me the money in cash. My eyes opened, I thought I'd seen heaven. And he told me, what you're experiencing right now is what I want you to experience, but what I'm going to take you through, you may not like it. So unfortunately, COVID happened at that very time. And he told me, I'm going to reinvest this money in your personal development. In my mind, I was thinking, why don't you give me that money and I buy a car, right? But he told me, I'm going to reinvest in your personal development. And he invested in so many courses for me to learn. At the time, remember, there are restrictions of movement. And we're also getting contracts to do, we're doing both digital and fashion and design. So we're getting contracts to make masks, jumpers that we're selling to people on Jumia, the Buganda Kingdom, Ministry of Health. So you can imagine that during the day, you're learning how to sew, you're making mistakes, and the needle is pricking your hand, and you're learning from about 40 single teenage mothers. But during the night, you're teaching so many people around the continent how to take their businesses from brick and mortar to click and order. And you barely have time to sleep, so you're taking a lot of energy drinks, right? But you're learning. Now, when the restrictions of movement were eased, it's when I started to understand that you can actually get a client from someone who is in Ghana, the United Kingdom, without actually leaving your country. But coming down to limiting beliefs, most of us in this room, after this event, are going to default back to, are going back to default settings. That is to say, we'll go back to our lecture rooms and perhaps go back home, right? But there is an individual here who is curious. Someone could even approach you at the end of this event and say, I'd like to learn a little bit of what you talked about. That's the person I'm addressing. I'm not saying I'm pushing away the rest. What I'm trying to say is that most of us are still held back by things that were put on us from birth, and we're not willing to let go. Let me give you a typical example. Right now, I can create a website in less than 5 minutes. I'll go to getresponse.com. I'll describe in detail what I'm trying to create, and I'll tell the AI, build for me this website. Now I need to send traffic to the website, but I don't have the luxury to pay for a digital marketing cost. So what will I do? I'll go to Google, I'll type in Lexi AI or Sean.io, and I'll describe the business again for free. It will tell me, based on what you've described, we are going to create an ad on Google. Now, for that ad to work, you need to send traffic to your website. So you link the website. Now, of course, you need, if you have a little bit of money on your card, you need to pay for the advertising. But what happens when leads come to your website? Now, you need to create an AI agent that is going to customize this person and turn them from a lead to a sell to a retained client. So I'd go to ConversionBot, and for as little as 100,000 shillings a month, I can customize an AI agent. Let's say I'm dealing with an educational institution. Or typical example, I have a client who is in the financial space, right? Okay. It's a microfinance. He was spending about 70 million shillings a month, boosting posts. When I came in, I told him, I need to understand where the leakage is, such that I can first stop it and then refine the process, build the systems, and be able to get you the sale. The day I came in, the next day, his marketing manager resigned. I didn't understand why until later. So I told him, look, you're spending 70 million, you're getting people who are 18 years of age, who are liking your posts, who are not engaging, who are not people who are your ideal client to get a loan. And so what we did was we built a custom agent there. And what the custom agent does is whenever you go to the website, it will ask your name, phone number, email. Do you have a credit history? Do you have a loan with another bank or financial institution? Yes or no? If you don't have a loan, do you have a business? Or if you don't have a business? So it asks you questions that are going to pre-qualify you up to the point that it will say, let me send this information. So we use another AI called Public Connect. As soon as you're filling that information, the CEO is getting an email notification, the head of sales, head of credit. Then what it's also doing is it's sending this information to Slack, not WhatsApp. I discourage people from using WhatsApp because it's hackable. Even I can get into anyone's WhatsApp here. There are tools like ProSpy. Yes.
Don't teach them.
Okay,
teach
all
them.
right. All right, but they're what you call over the air tools. You can spend as little as 50,000 shillings a month, put in a target number, and be able to read even deleted messages, right?
You are telling them.
Okay. When it sends this information to Slack, all the teams get an email notification.
Okay.
You have a new lead. This person is interested in getting a loan. They want 800 million or 100 million shillings. This is their information. Do they qualify? Yes or no? If they do not qualify, you don't stop there. We use another AI called SalesBlink. And what SalesBlink does is it's an email automation. You simply add in the profile of the customers or their data, and it will scour through the database. Now, traditionally, most email platforms, you just upload, click send, and that's it. With SalesBlink, and you can actually get a mobile app and a free account, by the way, for this, it will look through your data and say, Isaac, based on what you've shared with us, out of the 1,000 people that we've seen in your data, about 500 are qualified. The other 500 are not, meaning that is to say that if you're sending out an email to them, all their 1,000, you're going to get your emails landing in spam. The other thing that it's going to do is it's going to design for you the email and then add follow-up emails day after day. Now, you will look at your dashboard and see that you've sent 500 emails, but perhaps 100 have gone to the inbox and the rest have not. That is to tell you that other people are not considering the message that you've put. So it will ask you, do you want to change the messaging in the subject, or do you want to not do that? So limiting beliefs is what I'll share about that.
Limiting beliefs. Yes. Please, that was an amazing step-by-step process. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you so much. Agnes, I want to come back to you. You said that you were following Professor Muganga's presentation. And from where you sit in business process re-engineering, what do you see that gives you hope about Africa's position in this AI race?
Thank you. I can see about 3 or 4 things that give me hope about Africa. And the first is what he referred to, the composition of our population in Africa. About, I think, 60% of our population in Africa is below 25 years. Can you believe that?
Youngest population.
Yeah, 60% below 25 years. When you compare to countries like Greece, they are struggling with labor force. I think Greece recently reported that 42% of their employers are struggling to find employees. Here we are struggling with lack of employment. But what does that mean for Africa? It means that we have a more energetic population, which is most likely to be creative, and they are most likely to take risks that for us we fear to take. Yeah, I'll give an example in our workspace. We are now able to explore and actually use things like facial recognition to identify someone who has come to claim for their, he mentioned 200 million, and pay you in one day if all your data is clean. We now have a workforce that is willing to work with models, to work with bots, and make work more easier. A few years ago, that was almost unheard of. You say it in a boardroom and everyone is like, that's impossible. You have billions and billions of people you can't even risk. So that is a lot of hope for Africa, the young population. If it's well educated, like Professor mentioned, given the right tools, the right exposure, that is, we are yet to see profound creations and innovations from Africa, from that young population.
Okay.
The other thing that gives me hope about Africa is the rate at which we are adapting to digital transformations.
Okay.
Yeah? We are now at a place where we've seen digital solutions come from Africa. If you look at mobile money that originated from M-Pesa, giving the biggest unbanked population an opportunity to have a financial digital platform, that shows you that we are capable of actually solutioning for the world. So that also gives me hope, hope for Africa, and of course our natural resources. Yeah, we have a lot, minerals, gold, and all those things. Oil, still discovering, and all that. So if given the right investment into those natural resources, we are able to provide solutions to the world. That also gives us hope about Africa. So the hope about Africa is not really about the natural resources, but in its people. The ability to be creative, to use that energy of the youth to provide solutions, because as long as you're providing solutions to the world, you are unstoppable. Yeah.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Agnes. John, I want to come back to you. You've spoken about how you're using AI in your work, but would you fancy yourself a lifelong student? Maybe to the students in the room, are there practical applications for AI that they can use before graduation?
All right, we're back. So I was going through my stuff some time back and realized that I was last at a Ugandan university 18 years ago. But being a lifelong learner, people are getting calculators to do my age. But being a lifelong learner, I'm always studying something. There is no month that goes by when I'm not pursuing a course. But I've noticed a pattern. I'm also back in still a Ugandan university. The way we used to study, not Victoria, maybe Victoria does it better. The way we used to study is the same. It has not evolved. The lecturer comes in the lecture room, they teach. I think what has changed is now we have projectors. Before it was only boards.
Okay.
Yeah, and they will send you a PDF, a PPT, a Word document of 400 pages on a particular topic. You have to read.
They will tell you go to the printer.
Go to the printer, you know. So while my colleagues here have given the business use case of artificial intelligence, it is quite applicable even before graduation, and I think I'll briefly delve into that a bit. Now, there is a reason why when we study at the foundational level, kindergarten, a lot of senses are deployed. But as we progress in our education, you realize that we are forced to use just a few senses here and there: sight, hearing most of the time. But if you use artificial intelligence, you can translate, for example, using a free tool like Notebook LM, a topic that stretches 30, 60 slides into an audio podcast. Yeah, that's a new way of learning that is facilitated by AI. And I'll tell you for a fact, you are bound to understand a concept if it is done in a podcast manner, way better than you going and flipping through all those pages in there.
Notebook LM, write it
and,
down.
and then we are also non-deliberate about upskilling ourselves in skills like prompting and contextual, engagement with the artificial intelligence. We also want quick answers, and I think it's a generational issue. We want quick things. Yes, similarly for AI, you need to give it time. You need to do deep research. So each of these tools have their version of deep research that does not force the AI to give you a quick answer, but helps it to look at a number of resources and give you something that is tangible. Now, I also know when I was studying CIM, there is a paper where I wanted to give my own understanding and approach to a question. And I realized that sometimes in education, you're supposed to give the approach that you were taught. Yeah.
And lean not on your own understanding.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you can get your notes. Let's say you have 10 PDFs for a course unit. Upload that as the source for so many AI tools out there, and then allow it to do a couple of things for you. You can generate sample quizzes. You can generate flip charts. You can generate video infographics, things that help you to refine the way you learn. So I think the best use case today is using artificial intelligence as a collaboration partner in your learning, but to Isaac's point, also using artificial intelligence to become an early entrepreneur. Yeah, anyone can become a solutions provider today. There are so many tools, you don't have to be a coder. We saw an example, a student that is also rising up even as he studies on the entrepreneurship space. So I will recommend you use the tools, upload the resources you're getting, and also the lecturers in the room. Instead of sending a 400-page textbook to your students 1 week to the exam, there are so many AI tools that can be used to compress that material, focus on the core foundational elements, and allow the students to explore. And that is the best way of learning. Involve multimedia in there and do something different. Yeah, so I think both on the teaching side and on the learning side, there are definitely so many ways that AI can be leveraged.
You said the lecturers, and Isaac first laughed to himself. But this gentleman over here earlier on told us how he uses AI to make flashcards, which help him memorize what he was studying. Well done, sir. You see, you're ahead of the curve. Keep your eye on this one. I want to open up for questions from the house. If you have any questions, my good friend over here, he has the right shoes on. He will get to you. But while he's going scouting for our questions, I want to bring in Mr. Lamek. Mr. Lamek, maybe you could give us a sense of what is actually being created on the ground in the AI sphere in Uganda.
That's a very good question. I think at first we had an identity crisis where people try to replicate some of the work that is being done out there by large companies. We are talking about companies that in billions of valuation, so they have access to resources, access to compute. And what we mean by compute is the amount of compute power that you need to train these large language models. But I think over years, for the last 2-something years, we've refined we've refined the approach that, so in almost every space here, we are seeing people that are crafting solutions that are unique for the Ugandan context. Starting with AI Studio Uganda, we faced a lot of challenges in the beginning. We wanted access to compute, and what we mean by compute, it's millions of dollars, you know. You want access to millions of dollars in terms of compute, so as you are able to train these models and all of that. We said, no, we can do this in a different way. So we've been able to train our solutions with low resources, and we ensure that even the
the little that we have, we're able to build a solution that is not generic. One of the things that is unique to us is our multilingualism and multiculturalism, you know. So AI Studio Uganda has taken a step into building large language models or fine-tuning large language models to have models that are able to speak some of our languages better than generic tools that we can find, like Gemini, built by Google. It can do some speech in Luganda, but trust me, it won't be as good as what we've built. We've also thought so much about offline AI, not because we don't have internet, but because we understand the internet challenges. And some of these challenges are here. So do we wait for the internet to first be built out? No. We can build AI that gives you access to the same quality of outputs. You saw a demo video before of a tool that we built that a student can use in their learning, and it gives them the same quality of responses as if they're using ChatGPT or Claude or any of those tools online. And for us, we provide it to you to use it offline. So it means you don't have to worry about internet. You don't have to worry about the type of smartphone that you have. You can have this, and we shall be availing it very soon. But beyond that, we have companies like Sunbird AI, research work, put together data sets, and anyone here that has interest in building, you are most likely going to use a data set by Sunbird AI. We have companies that are doing a lot of agents. We have Nixa. Nixa AI has built some customer support agents that are being deployed in a number of websites. And even students like Kamanzi. There are very many students we've met with this Expo that have shown us solutions that they are building off-cuff, like they look at a problem in the environment, they identify a solution, and then they start building. And most of them are not doing IT. So it is kind of being built from the ground by the individuals, by the students, by people who have no IT background, and by people also at the highest level, like research labs in Makerere and AI Studio Uganda.
All right, thank you very much, Lamek. There's a question over there. If you could just tell us what your question is and who your question is directed to.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
My name is Kemgisaila Grant, Bachelor of Science in Visual Effects and Animation. Currently, I'm learning 3D animation with Crossroads Digital Multimedia Uganda.
Well done.
Thank you. My question is, I personally enjoy these videos of meow, 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 meow on TikTok.
Excuse me?
You know, that cat that lives an experience. And
I have no idea what you're talking about, but carry on.
So I do 3D, so I enjoy such things. And also the other fruits. There is a whole show of fruits, pina something or pineapple or something. So I would like to ask, because if you want to do such animations using AI,
yes,
you like need more than $100 for tools. Let's start with Google Flux. You need a lot of money for that. And also, with the one of X, you also need a lot of money. Could the people up there be knowing any funding?
Who do you want to talk to in particular?
I think all of the 5, but mostly it's going to go to Mr. Isaac and also Mr. Roland. Could you be knowing some platforms I can use? Because you see things like, applications like Kling are very expensive. You need more than some good dollars, and I'm breaking a card. So could you be knowing other alternatives? Because I want to make such videos. They can complement my product animation designs, and also I want to leave that meow, meow, meow. I want to also make my own meow, meow, meows. Yeah, and also, I've heard about AI Studio Uganda. Is there a way I can start making that using AI Studio Uganda?
Okay.
Or we can work on a way to do that. Thank you very much.
All right, there's another question over here, sir. You could tell us who your question is to and what your question is.
Okay, yes, it was also to Mr. Isaac. And I wanted him to elaborate more on how, I am Kevin Siende, an instructor for AI and digital marketing, yeah? But I wanted him to give us like steps, exactly how he was able to train the model without compute. And if he can give us references to the data sets, are they on Hugging Table, Where are they? How can we get access to that?
Okay. There's one more question over here before we dive in.
Good morning once again. I'm Isaac Wandiaka Otis, a student of BIT, that is Information Technology at Victoria University. My question is a security question. We have embedded AI and loved it so much in everything that we are doing. And it has also covered as far as our information is concerned. My question goes to Mr. Isaac and Mr. Roland of AI. What are those AI projects or projections about the security concept of everything? Because as far as I know, AI is like me. It is me reading a book, then I have all the details of the book, then I'm granted access to the servers of the book. I don't know if the concept is taken, because AI is out. For example, ChatGPT is out there, and whenever you're using it, it is probably even studying you how you're doing your stuff. And in whatever thing we are using it, you will find that we use it at many times, whereby we've reached to the levels whereby when someone is sending a text, they will want to write something, a rough copy, then put it to ChatGPT to modify it to be a good copy. So my question is, as we are doing all this, how is our security of the information and everything that we are doing using AI? How safe is it? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, there's a question right at the back. I'm sure that is somebody who did summary writing. You give us your question.
A very good morning to all of us.
Okay.
Protocol observed.
Thank you.
By the name Moima Bendictuosa, and I'm a student of Bachelor's of Information Technology.
Okay.
And my question would probably go to the second panelist on my left. And it doesn't differ from the previous speaker.
Yeah.
And it has also to do with security.
And your question is?
So, I was going through my simple research about AI recently. And I found out that AI is combining with other different AI on a crisis, and they're like, AI is having issues with humans. Like people are targeting AI.
Okay.
So I just want to understand, if it happens so, what if AI goes wrong in regards to AI having control and without human what? Control.
So AI giving itself its own commands.
Exactly.
Self-awareness.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start with Isaac. There's a question about Meow Meow. You can start with that one. I'm going to come back to Mr. Lamek after that, about the security concerns. But she wants to know about the budget version of tools that she can use to help her.
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to answer two, one on Meow Meow and the other on security.
Okay.
So there are two tools. Look for me after this. So I didn't mention earlier that I'm an investor in about 30 AI tech startups.
Okay.
And I have access to majority of the tools that these guys use. So there is one that's called VidMaker AI. I have a lifetime subscription for it. I don't use it. In the event you want to use it, please look for me. I'll share the logins with you.
Carry on.
Regarding security, so there is a paper that was written by a professor in Harvard. It's called Precautionary Implications of Neuro-Evolving Technology. I forget the name of the professor, but just to answer the question that both gentlemen have asked. So there is a theory that if these artificial intelligence platforms are given access to government data feeds. By government data feeds, I'm talking about the information they collect on the CCTV cameras, the information they collect on voice recordings of our phones for intelligence companies, the information they collect from companies like NITAU, information they collect from every government database. Then our lives are over. Why that hasn't yet taken place, or it might have taken place, and I'll give a typical example of the war in Iran right now. So there is a company called Claude that partnered with another agency. I'll not say for security reasons, but they created 2 artificial intelligence platforms. One is called Edge AI, the other one is called Plantier AI. Now, if you look at the war in Iran, the war in the UAE, what is happening is that they are doing what you call precision targeting of oil
installations.
Oil installations. Yeah. Now, why that is happening is because what the world doesn't know is that Iran is 10 years ahead of the rest of us when it comes to technology. Iran and Israel, but Iran mostly. Iran, Israel, and Cuba. And how they've been able to do this is because of Plantier AI and Edge AI. What these platforms or AI technologies are able to do is that if a drone, for example, is flying over an area and the controllers back in the States or back in Iran lose touch of that drone, the AI takes over. So the AI will continue with the mission, drop the bombs, or actually hit the place, and these guys will confirm the hit. That is scary stuff. Now, back to the professor. His paper talks about the ability of artificial intelligence developing a DNA and being able to control itself devoid of human touch or instruction. We've not yet reached there, and for very many reasons. One, for you to have that level of technology, you need a room like this, right? You need to fill it up with servers, and what you're then going to do is feed these government data feeds to these servers, to this AI, to consume it. Now, when it has that kind of processing speed, first of all, those servers are going to heat up. That means that for every single day, you need about 10,000 kilograms of liquid nitrogen to cool those servers. This is going deeper, right? But what I'm trying to say is that if you are using ChatGPT, here's a trick. Don't use your actual email address.
Problem is, you're already late.
If you're already late, you can actually delete your account. There are platforms like DeepSeek that allow you to use the platform without registering an account. You can do the same with Perplexity AI, right? The other thing that you want to do, if you have a laptop or a phone, every single day, I know it's tedious, but there are free platforms, there are free tools on Google, like CC Cleaner. Every single day, click on it and say, clean my laptop. You will discover that there are about 10,000 active trackers on your laptop every single day. What does that tell you? Your data is being sold. A tracker is one company. Your data is being sold to 10,000 companies every single day. So by cleaning that, you're actually removing the ability of them having to listen, because they do listen if you leave your laptop on. I've seen people covering the camera of laptop.
And
They're
the
not
microphone.
doing it, and a microphone. You can actually do that every single day. Just use CC Cleaner is free. Do that every single day, and I guarantee that you will actually discover that every time you're logging into a platform, it won't have any history of what you've done the previous day.
Thank you. So these guys of security, they are covered. I want to come to you, Mr. Lamek. Can AI become self-aware and we see a situation like Terminator?
About the self-awareness, there's a lot of talk. We could have come across it, something called AGI. There's a lot of talk about AGI, artificial general intelligence. And when you hear companies like OpenAI, they are working towards something like that. Almost every company is working towards something like that. And AGI is an era where we have one large language model that has intelligence that you would say any human in the world, like it's a collective kind of intelligence in one large language model. And it's like when we come to that point, almost we would say we've broken the point with AI, and you can literally ask AI anything. Yes, it does it very well now, but people, very many domain experts will tell you that it comes short in very many things.
But with AGI, then we have the potential of having one AI tool that is able to literally do anything. You tell it to create for a video, do different things, and it does it. So then I come back to your question of, is there any line that takes us towards that self-awareness and AGI? The reality is, because of capitalism and the reality of the Western world building, when it knows the advantages that come with self-awareness in AI, they're actually going ahead to build this. And I'm very sure that in the not so distant future, there are very many tools that are going to be dispensed. For example, of recent, there are tools like OpenClaw. There are tools like OpenClaw that people are using. It's been making news, where you give it an instruction to kind of take over activity on your local machine. You can tell OpenClaw to, let's say, set for you alarms, and it does what you call MCP. So it goes ahead and brings all the commands and converts them into some kind of language that the machine can be able to do so. With OpenClaw, I can be here with my phone, and I ask, or I go into OpenClaw and I prompt it to kind of turn on my machine at home when I am not there, and I ask you to run something from there. Okay. Now, with that kind of technology, in the last 3 years, we've been able to reach this point. In the next 2 or 3 years, I will not be really scared, or I will not be surprised when we have technology that can do self-awareness, like it makes decisions of its own. Laws are in place to stop this because it threatens humanity, but the reality is we are going in that direction. Okay. It is upon us to make sure that with self-awareness, best intentions of the humans are put into the building process, so as even when a machine is self-aware, it is not going to become self-aware to distract, but rather it will be self-aware to help. It knows something is going wrong. Let's say you've left your fridge on at home, you're not there, but then the tool is able to turn off the fridge in case it is consuming electricity. So that type of self-awareness then becomes good. But if you build with that, or if you build the tools without that kind of knowledge, then self-awareness threatens humanity. We don't know where we are going, but at least that is the direction.
So the key thing is responsibility. And yes. Dr. Shamim mentioned when she was speaking, with great power comes great responsibility. Isaac talked about tools that hack WhatsApp. With great power comes great responsibility. But maybe, John, you can give us an idea of how these students can use AI responsibly in it, whatever it is that they're doing.
I think before we even get to the universal best practices, there are some that are individual as well. For example, especially if you're using the free tools, the thing about technology, even before AI, is that whenever you're not paying for a service, chances are you're the product. Yeah, we've had that before. So that means that if you're not subscribing to most of these AI tools, and that might be many of us in the room, you need to be very careful what data you're feeding into this AI. Yeah, because even for the ones that subscribe, big tech companies pay over $15 billion a year. In the last 5 years, they've paid over $15 billion in fines. So even if they said that down there that this data is not being used to train our models, history shows that we are not supposed to believe them anyway, even if they do, because at the end of the day, they will track. You hear about WhatsApp end-to-end encryption. Is it really end-to-end encryption? Conversation for another day, because you find that you had a chat with someone, and then the next thing you're seeing an ad about the same issue. So it's not really end-to-end encrypted in some way or form. So going back to the ethical usage, you see, what we are driving here is data or digital literacy. Digital literacy comes with another perspective to it, which is digital citizenship. You need to be careful, first of all, to protect yourself by choosing what data you upload to these systems. Some data can be very sensitive, that it shouldn't be uploaded to begin with. And again, you need to be the guy who, like you said, Moses, to whom much is given, much is expected. Mm-hmm. The technology we have now gives us a lot of power. So we need to choose. And throughout history, people who have been given power have either gone on the wrong side or the right side. You can use these tools to learn and grow You can use these tools to build businesses. And even if you decide to go on the wrong side, Uganda has one of the most thorough data protection and computer misuse legislation. And we've seen in the recent past that it's really starting to catch up with all of us in the industry, whether you're an individual or you're a company. So we need to also be careful to avoid the violations. But I think as I conclude, the thing about ethics, the school of thought that helps guide the usage of the internet is the one that guides our interactions in society. It goes back to just first principles. You need to respect others. You need to mind about the consequences of your actions. Do not be the guy who uses artificial intelligence to hack, because chances are you'll be arrested. Do not use artificial intelligence to get a really nasty photo and then you put there your colleague's face because they annoyed you. So we need to also apply the very basic, rules and regulations and SOPs of any society, even as we use these very advanced, and these rules are as old as life is. And I think we need to fall back to that position, even as we learn these new technologies.
So use the golden rule. Do unto others, complete. Do unto others. You guys don't know the golden rule. Do unto others as you would want them to do to you. Agnes, if we're going to thrive in an AI-enabled future, how can they use these tools to be job creators as opposed to job seekers?
I think I'll share a very simple framework. Very simple, but will give results. Identify a problem in your community. And your community can be at school, it can be back home. Some of us come from communities of farmers where they are struggling to find market for their produce, and they end up selling it at very small prices and making losses. So identify a problem in your community and then ask yourself a question: can I use AI to solve this problem, to give a solution to this problem that I have identified in the community? And then you're able then to provide a service or a product that answers to that problem and then sell it. I'll give 2 practical examples. There's a lady in town here, very prominent, who came up with simple tools, a home organization tool, a meal plan tool. She even has a shopping tool that can help you do your quarterly shopping, your monthly shopping, your weekly shopping, and I use them. I bought them, 50K, 50K, 50K. So you can imagine anytime she goes on her Instagram profile and advertises, she's probably able to make about sales worth 2,000. Why? Because she was able to identify that women in the marketplace are struggling, in the corporate space, are struggling with these things. Yeah, so what problem do you identify, and what simple solutions can you start creating using AI? And usually, how do you identify these problems? Sometimes you're grappling with the same problem. Sometimes it's your big sister, your big brother, or someone you know. Recently, I was struggling with my phone gallery, always getting full. And my friend told me, oh, I have a nephew who is at Moobs. I gave him my phone. I paid him 150K, and he was able to organize my gallery, remove all the junk. You know how we are always taking screenshots, photos. Then before you know it, you have 2,000 photos, which you don't need. But you have time to scroll and say, skip, delete, and do all those things. No. And I was also able to give him my phone, my access, and in one day he was able to organize my things, give me relevant photos, an album, and all that. So the problems are here with us. Identify, ask yourself, what AI solution can I create a service or a product with, and then start selling it.
Thank you so much, Agnes. Put your hands together for our panel. Starting from the extreme left, Mr. Roland Ganafa, founder AI Studio Uganda. Next to him, Mr. Lamek Kavuma from AI Studio Uganda. Agnes Mahoro, who is the Business Process Engineering Manager at NSSF. Mr. Isaac Odongo, who is, of course, a lecturer as well. Well done, sir, but from ROAS Digital. And finally, John Senkezi, Manager Digital Services at NSSF Uganda. Please put your hands together for our panel. Keep the questions coming in. This conversation continues. You can reach out to every one of them on LinkedIn and on Twitter. Sorry, X as well. But they're nothing about meow meows. They don't watch meow meows. Allow me to introduce our next speaker. He is a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. He is also an alumnus of the Executive Education Program of the Wharton School. He sits on boards of CIPLA, QCI, and Entrepreneurs Financial Center. He was previously the head of sales and operation at NSSF and currently is the chief finance officer who is responsible for managing the financial actions of the fund. Please put your hands together for Mr. Stevens Mwanje.
Microphone, please, and the presentation. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, 5 minutes to midday. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Lawrence, with your team, I'm not very good at protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here. So, so many people have talked about AI, man versus machines. I'm just going to put a spin on it, just regarding the finance world. How many of you, by show of hands, are studying finance-related courses here? Show of hands. Finance? Wow. The professor, does this university teach finance? I've only seen like 10 people. Oh, okay, all right. So some of us, I'm a Gen X, and I hope you know what a Gen X means. So if a Gen X, let me give you a little bit of the experience I've gone through. Just a second. Typically, when I was growing up, my mother was a personal secretary. They call them executive assistants these days. I saw her use a typewriter, manual, transited to an electronic typewriter, and then to a computer by the time she retired. I saw what they used to call a psycho-styling machine if you want to photocopy your paper. Now you've got photocopier. They put, I think, weight paint on paper and put it on a machine and they roll out like that. I saw that. Motor vehicles, they are very manual. Most times they will not start. They will be pushed. You push and it starts. These days, you can talk to your motor vehicle to start the engine. You can request your motor vehicle to start the engine, or you are still in your house using your phone if you want to. Computers, we started, I remember when I started, we used to have, what do you call it, basically Microsoft Word and spreadsheets. Now I've got so many softwares, like this one I'm using was never there. Jobs. I don't know how many jobs I've seen die, but in my career in NSSF, I've seen 7 jobs die, and 5 of them have been responsible for killing them. But what I can tell you, even as we killed those jobs, people did not lose their jobs. They were repurposed. So over the past 10 or so years, NSSF has been employing between 640 and 650 employees, and that number has not changed. The rate at which we lose employees, we lose around 3%, less than 3% of our employees, actually between 0.3% of our employees every year. So people are very stable. But even as Agnes and John have been telling you, we have repurposed, we have automated whatever, we are not losing people because we are repurposing them. Now, the bad news for you, as you are standing here, is that NSSF is creating tens of new jobs, like tens, like in 20, 50,000. We are always employing people into new jobs. But those people are not coming from outside. They are coming from inside. Because when one job dies and repurpose it, we train the people and employ them into those jobs. So what does that tell you? We go back to the young professor here, what he told you. You go back to what the young man was doing behind there, the man who showed what he's doing, the software, and then you know what to do. Universities are churning out 40,000 graduates every year, minimum of 40,000 graduates every year. Less than 10,000 of those are getting to formal jobs. So, if we come back to this topic, and you don't pay attention, and you default back to settings, like one of the speakers said here, then you know you are going to pound the streets. Just know it. It's a given. When we came out of university, you were spoiled for the government will advertise jobs. And then you are spoiled. Do I want to go into foreign service? Do I want to go to police? Do I want to go into army? Do I want to go in education? And they are there, pages and pages and employee. And you stand there and you are spoiled for choice. Parastatals were there. They are employing. Right now, all the parastatals were privatized. The people who are in private sector are employing for effect. They told you. No one's very much interested in clinical ability now. It is interested, everyone is interested in what value you are bringing onto the table. It's a given when I'm looking at an accountant, if I want to employ an accountant, it's a given that I know will be qualified. That is now a by the way, but what value are you going to give me when you come? So that value, I'll determine. So let me quickly start going through this presentation because it was prepared. So, sir, how does this thing work? I just press play? Hopefully, okay. So, will there be jobs for me? Will there be a job for me when I graduate or whatever? So, the answer is yes, if you want. But no, if you don't want. Are you waiting to be employed? The answer is yes, you will wait. You'll wait, you'll wait, I'll wait, 10 years will pass, and you'll continue waiting. Because AI is giving you, and the tools that is giving you the ability to employ yourself. Now, this fear is real. Let me start with finance sector. I told you I'm concentrating on the finance sector now only. I'm an accountant, but there are so many areas in the finance, insurance, banking, etc. So my friend here is a banker. Now, you see those jobs. The finance sector is going to be the most disrupted sector by the AI. It is the most disrupted. If you're an accountant, if you're a payroll clerk, if you're a bank teller, if you're a data entry person, you are doing insurance and you are doing premiums or whatever, you know that your job is gone. And this is for sure, it's a fact. Now, the World Economic Forum Jobs Report 2025 predicted by 2030, 39% of these jobs, minimum, up to 42%, will be gone. And this research was done by, I think all of you have heard about the World Economic Forum. If you haven't heard about it, Google it. It was done in over 10,000 companies across 52 countries, 10 of them from Africa. Now, so what do you notice about these jobs that are going? The first thing you notice about all these jobs is that they are methodical. You do the same thing over and over again. If you are doing data entry, you are doing manual input of the same. If you are doing reconciliation, matching debits and credits. If you are preparing a report, it's just a computer churning out numbers. So machines are better than you. They are 1 million times better than you in dealing with mandate tasks that are repetitive. So you can never compete with them. So is it all doom and gloom? Not. Yeah, my colleagues here, Agnes talked about what NSSF is taking. A reality check now. In NSSF, we're already using a lot of AI. I'll be giving you several examples. But the key thing you should look at that 8x. That means 8 times better and faster. Like onboarding a new member. Used to go fill a form, your employer signs it, they bring it to NSSF, they type it, put it to the computer. Now, if you have your national ID, if you are registered, even if you don't have a national ID and you are registered as a citizen of Uganda, NSSF can onboard you within 5 minutes from wherever you are. From wherever you are in the country. Now, claims, we used to have a lot of problems, especially cleaning data and whatever. Now, data is cleaned by AI. We no longer have, that's one of the jobs that have died, data cleaning officers. In my other life, they used to be under me. That job has died. And I have AI doing that for me. The 5% are exceptions which need human judgment. So if you are coming for a midterm benefit, or if you are coming for an age benefit, you're made 55 and above, we have the ability to pay you within 12 hours. The reason we don't pay you within 12 hours is because we have to look at the laws and the regulation. There are certain things that we are still working out. And also putting in controls. But I can tell you within the next couple of months, we should be able to pay you. And this is a discussion we are having at the executive level and the board, a very serious discussion. And there are people who fear that if you make this too fast and you pay someone 1 billion and it goes away, I will get it. But remember, we are paying you your money. Even if we pay you 1 million and you go away with it, we'll be paying you because you won't make a mistake and pay to somebody else because your biometrics differ. So that's the other thing. Now, so the picture is not so gloomy. The WEF studies projects that 170 million jobs will be created by 2030. New jobs related to AI and green transition. When you say a green transition, you're talking about ESG. But 92 million jobs will be lost. Those are the jobs that are doing mundane tasks, repetitive processing. So we'll have a net creation of 78 million jobs. So, are we going to lose jobs because AI is here? No. We're actually going to get more jobs. So the opportunity is real. If you are willing to adapt, it's okay. If you are going back to default settings, it's also okay. Because your destiny, your future, you hold it squarely. It's squarely in your lap. So if you hear her, what's your name again? Sorry, baby? Yes, okay, it's too long. Naila, that's very busy. If you hear Naila talking about, what do you call it? Nyamuyao. You might take it as a joke and you are laughing. But Naira will be smiling all the way to the bank while we are in divorce setting. I have my son, he's always grown up, and my other son, and his computer games and whatever. And I'm like, why are you wasting this time? But he was developing a skill. Now, my son is an AI software engineer. And it's taken them into that space. If you happen to read the weekend vision of last week, 21st, he's featured there. He's featured there. But at first, I could not understand why he's spending so much time in computer games and whatever. And he told me at a young age, I want to be a software engineer. I want to develop computer games. And I'm like, how can you be thinking about all this money I'm spending, paying for you, you want to go and do computer games? But the last laugh is on me. So the opportunities are there. I talked about that lady who is doing this, those whatever, shopping, etc., etc. I know that lady. She's making lots of money. So identify the opportunity. Everybody is telling you, identify the opportunity. Do not think that AI is here to enable you. If you default back to settings, and I keep on repeating this because I borrowed it from you. If you default back to settings, the settings will put you in concrete. Your feet will be mired in concrete and you'll never move. So let's quickly move on. So I've talked about the real shifting in finance. So finance, we are no longer about, finance used to be all about thinking about what happened yesterday and report. But now it's changing. So where we used to do processing, now we think. When I was asking you, if I employ you, I want the value you are going to give me. If I give you a data set, and I told you, go and organize that data set, I don't mean that arrange it in chronological order. I'm meaning that give me insights about that data. Not what happened yesterday, but what is likely to happen tomorrow, and how it is going to help the organization. Reporting, because the reports are now done by the software. I'm interested in other. Every time I enter the boardroom, I know with your report, my directors, they look, okay, how did you perform last month? That's okay. So tell us other projections. What is happening next month? What is the effect of the American-Iranian war on our future earnings? Why isn't the East African market reacting fast enough to what is happening in Iran? What will happen by 30th June? And those are the questions I answer. No one is interested in what happened yesterday. But am I a fortune teller? No. But I use AI. I use every tool that surrounds me to give them a reasonable answer. Now, recording and interpreting. We used to say you record journals and whatever. No one is interested in that anymore. I want you to interpret to me what you are recording. If Agnes May comes with a new process, or John comes out with a new digital innovation, all I'm interested in, what value is it going to give to the business? Give me that number. In the future, what does this mean? Are we making money? Are we losing money? Period. I'm not interested in yesterday. And compliance is now about insight. Don't tell me about this employer is not paying NSSF. Tell me about the insight. What are you doing about it? Yeah? What should you make it? How should it make it possible for this employer to comply? So finance, I've told you, is the most disrupted. It is transforming. But at the same time, there's a lot of demand in finance. What is happening? Let me take you back a little bit to NSSF. She tells you she comes from the customer service background, and she was part of this. If you call into the NSSF, NSSF call center, we have a toll-free line, listen to a lady with a very soft and nice voice talking to you. That lady is a bot. And that lady will talk to you, you'll ask questions, and she will solve 70% of all your standard questions. And we'll be happy, I will say how NSSF, all these people are very polite. This customer service officer I talked about, you've been talking to about. Only 30% will be transferred to real whatever. And this lady is able to talk, or gentleman is able to talk in several local languages. In Uganda, in Nyachitara, in whatever, in Luo, and you'll be very happy you are talking to a person. But does it mean that the people who are doing our customer service have gone home? No, we have repurposed them. We still have people who walk into NSSF to come and be served. We know particular times when we have many people, and particular time when we have few people. Most people who are working, they tend to work in lunchtime. So lunchtime, we put more people at the front. Because AI software has told us that this particular time, at 10 o'clock, probably there are people who work around the banks and whatever, when they're having a break, they walk in. We also put more people. At 3 o'clock, you'll find one person. And we are reacting to what we are seeing right away. So, right now, I've told you what finance is all about. If you are going to get into finance, if you are looking at doing finance, don't forget your basic, which is the degree, qualification, whatever. But you know that when you come to me or you come to an employer, this in green is what they want. These are the skills that we want right now. So we are looking at financial analysts. Those jobs are growing. Risk specialists, those jobs are growing. Fintech and data roles, those jobs are growing. Now, if you come to the NSSF finance department, we have accountants, but also have data scientists. And ask, what are data scientists doing in finance? Because the data scientists are the ones who are collecting the data and helping us interpret it so that we can report appropriately. Remember that people report to are no longer interested in the past, they're interested in the future. So I've told you, there's so many new areas that are coming up. If, for example, you look at fraud detection, have you thought about the career in fraud detection? I know we have something like forensic accounting now, which is AI-based. Something that is coming up. Something that is going to work for you. Real-time alerts, we have predictive models, AI compliance assistance, etc., etc. So, if you were to come to me like a CFO and a CFO, and you're looking for a job, what do I need now, today? Let me give you a live example. 2-3 weeks ago, we advertised for a position of financial accountant. We got 997 applications. So the first thing is, we asked all of the applicants to sit on their computer and answer a few questions. But the first thing they don't notice is that computer-based whatever is AI-driven. What are we looking at? One of the things we are looking at is when you are answering the question, remember, we tell you leave your camera on. How frequently do you look away from your screen? What do you think that means? What does it mean if you are looking away from your screen so many times? You are looking, you are copying. You are copying. And the AI will eliminate you. Because we know there's a lot of copying. So the first, whatever, they are simple questions asking your ethics, your age, your whatever, your qualifications, whatever, and a few other things. But people, like, they scroll, they go to their laptops, or even when you flip from that screen on your laptop and go to another screen, the AI will tell us. So out of those 400 eliminated, we stay with 500. Now ask the 500 again, come and do a technical exam. So that is the basis. So you come, you do your technical exam and whatever, and we say probably 70 have that technical skill. Then the 500 are admitted, remain with 70. Then 70, we start looking for the other soft skills. All this is, and you don't even have to come to NSSF. You do it from wherever you want. You've not stepped into NSSF, but you've already done 2 interviews. And then we eliminate again, and we come to the 5 who come for the interviews. So the 5 people who come to the interviews are asked 6 questions. The first and the last questions really don't matter, because the first question will ask you, tell us about yourself. So people will start, my name is Stevens, I went to King's College, Bordeaux, I went to university, got a first class, and whatever, and everyone is looking at you and say, boy, do you want this job or don't want this job? What? Because we already know that. You've already told us. We know everything about you. We don't know how many brothers or sisters you have, which school you went to. We already know that. So this is the time for you to be telling us what value. Say, my name is Steven. These are my skills. This is what I can do when you employ me. That is what you're telling us about yourself. Curiosity, whether you can innovate. And no, you can never revise or cram for any questions anywhere. Because you just give you a scenario out of your own life. And you either pass, and that's how we recruit in finance department. So in finance department in NSSF, you have to be a fit. You have to fit with what is there. We don't employ outliers. Because there's a culture that we are building, a culture of innovation, a culture of self-improvement. And that is what is happening everywhere else in the world. So I told you 39% of the skills will change by 2030. So are you building your skills for tomorrow? Or are you sitting here and going by default settings? So the real question is, if you know that 39% of the jobs are going to change, what are you doing about it? The problem is here. Are you reskilling yourself? Most people are thinking that they say reskill yourself, you go back to school and whatever. John told you about study. In NSSF, we're a learning organization. As I speak now at my age, I'm doing 2 different courses. Some of them I even have to wake up at night at 2 or 3 a.m. because the people I'm studying with are in class in the USA for me to be in their zone. So what stops you? There are so many free courses that you could do that are going to help improve you. You spend a lot of time on TikTok and on X and on Snapchat and on wherever. Have you ever considered that probably you should use that time to get into a blog, to see how you can solve a problem in your household, in your community, and whatever? Simple analysis has shown that people your age are spending over 60% of their free time on social media. laughing at how Jane chucked John. And how we could avoid. If you utilize that time properly, you are going to benefit. So, what makes you unique? Someone talked about Africa. And what makes Africa unique? We have got the youngest population right now in the world. But also got another thing working for us. If you look at countries like Japan, like USA, like Germany, like Israel, like South Korea, all the workers, quite a big number of workers, are being replaced by robots. And their jobs are being done. And they are like going and going out. But the difference with Africa is that the robot density is very low. You still have the chance to learn and evolve with AI as they're also developing these robots, so that you can work concurrently rather than be 100% replaced. Because the people who are replaced by those robots in those countries, most of them were like people who are doing, if you go to cities like Michigan, in Chicago, which was the biggest hub for production of cars in the US, some of the biggest workforce was in that area. Right now, a car can come off the assembly line operated by 2 people. 2 people, and the car comes off with all its electronics. That time, it used to be an assembly line with 2 or 3 people, like 40 or 50 steps for each car. And each step had 3, 4, 5 people. And all those were employed. They woke up one day and they didn't have jobs. They did not evolve. Are you going to fail to evolve? So you are adaptable, and just you can learn. You can leapfrog your potential and utilize it. Going back again to the NSSF. How is NSSF working? Ecosystem. How are we working to make sure that we move with the trend? So we are talking about university partnerships like this one. But I think Lillian will tell you that there's a lot of work in the background that NSSF is doing to take this to another level. Right now, we are working out how we can be a regional global hub when it comes to research. You know why? Because the things that we do in NSSF right now, every month we have a country in Africa coming to NSSF to benchmark. This is not an idle boast. So we have felt now to compare ourselves to Africa, and there's a story that is the favorite of my CEO, but I'll tell it to you. We use the balance scorecard when we are appraising people working, looking at what you do and how we are going to appraise you. So a couple of years back, George Washington University, which is where the balance scorecard was first adopted, put up an international competition and invited people to participate. NSSF was one of the participants. And there are only 2 companies from Africa, one from NSSF, one from South Africa. And there are so many other countries all over the world. There are 57 entries. At the end of the day, there were 2 companies left standing. And one of them was NSSF. And then NSSF took the grand prize. But this is the key thing. Do you want to know the company that NSSF, the organization that the NSSF beat? Was the US Army. Now, in the world, the US Army is taken as the foremost logistically efficient company. And they're using the balance scorecard. and NSSF beat them plus all the other big corporations. So it's not an idle boast. When we talk about, when we say your money is safe, we don't say it figuratively. Because we do a lot of things. So as I wind up, what you need to do, few steps, very quick steps. Number one, don't forget to master the fundamentals, because you still need the fundamentals. You need to interpret what the machine is talking about. Number two, learn those data tools. Instead of being on TikTok, teach yourself Excel, deep Excel, Python, Power BI. Those are open source softwares. You can do them anytime. The advantage. Then understand AI. I cannot even speak more than what the specialists have told you. But understand AI. Above all, protect your data. Don't go to your organization data and put it in the AI tool because you want it to give you an answer. What the AI tool will do, will get that data and keep it. Someone else asks a question, you spew it out. And then you'll be disciplined and dismissed. Build judgment. Develop the ability to make sound decisions. Do you know one of the biggest things that we are suffering from now, from the young generation, is attention span? And it's very clear here in this room. Attention span. You know why you are losing attention span? Because you are spending so much time. Read. The only way you can build that muscle is practicing it. If all you want to do is how to laugh only at, even if she's going to make money out of it, meow, meow, leave it to the kids. Build that muscle, and then keep learning. Kaizen, you know what Kaizen is? Continuous improvement. Keep learning. Keep learning. Everything you want to learn is free of charge. You can find it on the internet. I can assure you. Everything. All you need to do is have the interest. So, is it a question of man versus machine? Who will win? Definitely not. It's a question of man with machine. Do you want to work with the machines, or do you want to work against the machines? Again, we say the choice is yours. I've already told you about what NSSF is doing. Those are more examples, so I'll skip those. So I'm going to close with this quote. It was given by Gene Rometi, the former chairman and CEO of IBM. And I hope you all know about IBM. They are foremost in technology. They used to make computers, now they make chips, etc., etc. The human who combines judgment, integrity, and the ability to work with technology is not replaceable. Thank you very much.
One more time for Mr. Stevens Mwanje, the Chief Financial Officer at the National Social Security Fund. Stephen, you want to take a question or two from the House? Yeah. If anybody has a question for Mr. Mwanje pertaining to his presentation, please put your hand up and I will come to you. We're going to take only 2 questions.
Yes. There. Okay. Another one there. All right.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. What model do you use to speak to the customers at NSSF?
Okay. Next. There's another one. What model?
Okay, there's a question over here as well.
No, I asked the wrong person. I'm not a techie. So I'm not even going to deceive you. All I know is AI, and it works.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
So I'm Gilbert Pranga, and I'm asking on the issue of skill atrophy. As you know, like, okay, personally, like, I've discovered, like, okay, I'm a software engineer, and like, the more you use AI, it's like, as an employee or someone, like, your your ability of your work, which you've been, doing, like it degrades over time. Let's say you tend to forget like certain patterns over time, and currently we are so much, focused on, rushing onto advising using AI, and we are forgetting, the core, like the cores. So, what would you, advise in that sense of skill atrophy? Because the AI hallucinates, and you need to have like a fair kind of judgment. You can't fully rely on it 100%. So, what measures are you taking like for skill atrophy? Because I'm sure like at NSSF, you're right, the AI work, the more it hallucinates, the more productivity gains you lose, and more errors.
Thank you. Can you put the last slide on for me? The technical guys, if you could put the last slide on back for me, please. Okay. As they are thinking, there's one thing that everyone has emphasized who has been speaking here. That AI does not take away human judgment. You cannot just rush and get everything you're given to and go and use AI to spew out. Because what is happening, how is AI collecting all the things spewing out? Everything from Korea to Havana to whatever, and sieves and gives you. Everything you ask AI does not necessarily mean that it's suitable for you. AI just helps you improve your efficiency, but does not take away your ability to reason. That's why I tell you, if I give you a data set and I tell you, analyze it for me, I'm not thinking about you, like I said, organizing it in chronological order or whatever. I'm looking for insights. What insights can you get from that data? Probably that's when you can use AI on top of the few insights that you have. So the moment you decide to say, I've been given an assignment by the boss, let me put in AI and send, you remember when she was presenting and she made that quick email, what was signed at the bottom was not her signature, but someone from the NASA Space Center. So you just get it and send it off? No. She used her judgment and cleaned up that email to the way she wanted. AI helped, but did not give her the final product. So please don't forget that. It's very, very important. Thank you.
One more time, let's hear from Mr. Stevens Mwanje, the Chief Financial Officer at the National Social Security Fund in Uganda. Also, shout out to our partners in the Career Expo. Of course, we have Fenon, who have ably given us the screens, ABSA Bank, who are in the house as well, ACCA, who are also well represented, the Federation of Uganda Employers, and of course, we listened to AI Studio earlier. One of our other partners is Pepsi, and as you notice, they're going to be giving you guys some refreshments because you were looking a little forlorn. They were here early, Dr. Shamim, so maybe they skipped breakfast. So we said, let it not be us to keep them here where they're hungry. So don't worry, they're going to pass some bites and some drinks around. NSSF has been doing this Career Expo since 2010. And whenever we go to university, we leave with interns. Who wants an NSSF internship? Don't be shy, guys, don't be shy. Who wants an NSSF internship? Very good. The first round of finding out who is going to join us is about to happen. Let me give you some instructions. Please listen to my instructions. We're going to put a QR code up here. When that code comes, you scan that code to get into the quiz. It's a very simple quiz, 10 questions. Everything is about today. Everything is about what? Thank you very much. When it asks you for a username/nickname, you put your phone number. You put what? Because that's a unique identifier. We will find you with your phone number. What do you put? Guys, before you do that, I'm giving you the instructions. This is how you're going to miss heaven. When you scan this, you put your what? Your what? Scan away. Pull out your smartphone, scan the QR code. If you can't scan the QR code, you go to kahoot.it. That's KAHOOT.it, and you put in the game pin. Is that understood? Let's register them. Let's register them. I can see people, very good. You put, Tash, you're disqualified. Don't even bother playing the quiz. You put your what? Your phone number. Tash, you are disqualified for not answering a question that was simply put to you. Is the instruction hard? Please speak to me. Is the instruction hard? What do you put? Hakorimana Deo, don't even bother. Sam, don't even bother. Nasira, don't even bother. Gratz, don't even bother. You put your phone number, not your name. It's a very simple instruction, guys. Put your phone number. Deo, you're in the house. Where is Deo? Deo, where are you? Don't worry, Deo. Give Deo a soda and a cake. Thank you very much. Evelyn, why, guys? Put Raminjanyan. Who is Raminjanyan? Guys, put your phone number, not the name. That's how you're going to miss internship. Thank you for everybody's putting in their phone number. Well done. Well done. John, we're going to give it 30 seconds and then we open the quiz. Please register if you'd like to enter the quiz for internship at NSSF. Again, put your phone number. I don't want to see your names. Put your phone number. That is how you register to get into our quiz. Are we all there? We're starting the quiz in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We start. You're going to be answering the questions on your phone. Where? On your phone. Read the question, answer on your phone. To make it even easier for you, we're doing multiple choice. Question number 1, what is NSSF in full? You answer on your phone. Oh, did I say good luck to everyone? Good luck. Aha! Only 22 of you. People think it's the National Savings Security Fund. Mukama. Che. Yet I said it in full how many times? Question number 2. Well done, guys. Question number 2, we're moving on. At which university did we launch the 2026 NSSF Career Expo? MUBS, Chambogo, MOOC, UCU. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 17 of you got it right. Don't worry, my dear, don't worry. Moving on. Yay, we show you in real time who is leading. Who are the partners at this year's NSSF Career Expo? Very easy question. Very easy question. We're also giving you glucose, by the way. Yeah, that's the correct answer. 609, you're on fire. Okay. Question number 4. How many universities are we visiting this year? 17, 12, 14, 16. Aha. Aha. Answer on your phone. I like cake. Yes. We move. Don't worry. Moving on. What is the name of the first speaker? He's even still here, by the way. He's going to grade you himself. Okay. Okay. Hey, which edition of the Career Expo is this? I told you the year we started, do your math. 18th, 14th, 19th, 16th. Everything here has been mentioned today. Who was listening? Boom! I told you we started in 2010, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Moving on. This is very easy. What is the name of the NSSF voluntary savings scheme? What is the name of the NSSF voluntary savings scheme? What is the name of the NSSF that is on my heart? Thank you very much. Only 32 of you. Moving on. Question 8. In which year was NSSF started? Who was listening? At 5 seconds, I will give you a clue. At 5 seconds, I will give you a clue. And the clue is, all these volunteers, look at the back of their shirt here. It will give you an idea. NSSF at 40, it's right there. Even the sponsors were there. We're moving on. Question 9. On which date did this year's Career Expo start? We know it started at Makerere. Now tell us the day. The 17th, the 9th, the 11th, or the 16th of March? Our first 2 interns are about to be revealed. We're going to have another intern session. So tell your friends who left, this is how they will miss heaven. Yes, we started on the 11th. All right, question number asks. Very easy. True or false? Paying NSSF is compulsory for all Ugandans employed by the government. Is it true or is it false? Is it true or is it false? Is it true or false? Answer on your phone. It's false. Government has their own pension scheme, not NSSF. Here we go. In third position, your number ends with 623. In second position, your number ends in 851. And finally, at the top, number 1 in our first quiz of the day, 609. I'm sure you're looking at your phone. Please stand up. Number 1 and number 2. Where's number 1? You're number 1. Come here. You're number 2. Come here. Our first 2 interns of the day. Who is number 3? Your number ends in 623. You get a t-shirt. Don't worry. You don't live with nothing. How are you doing, sir? You came in second? Yes, and your name is?
Sawanka Mbodila and Bruno.
And you are reading?
Pardon?
What are you reading at the university?
I'm doing a bachelor's of business administration.
Well done, sir. Please take to the podium. You came in first, sir. I'm even looking at his phone right here. He is the guy. Supreme Win. What's your name, sir?
Sakadan Owen.
What's your course?
Bachelor of Software Engineering.
Well done, sir. Please take to the podium. Our first two. Guys, clap for others until it's time to clap for you. What's your name? Hey, number 3, you crushed it. Don't worry. You tried. You did very well. You know what? You get a T-shirt and a mug. What's your name, sir?
Sarah Joshua Miles.
And what are you reading? What's the course?
Cybersecurity and digital forensics.
Cybersecurity. You are the ones. Clap for your interns, please. Very good. Well done, sir. We have your phone number so we can get you. Take to your seats, please. Who wants an internship? And now you don't want. Who wants, oh, you're eating. You want an internship? Don't worry. There's a second session coming up. But be ready. Don't just clap there, guys. Be ready. That's how you'll miss heaven. These two have already got it. 2 guys already, and more to come. I'd like us to hear from one of our major partners at the Expo. They've been with us on this ride for a very long time. So please help me to welcome Mr. Francis Topacho. He is the Chief Information Security Officer at Absa Bank. Banange clap if you want internships. Oh, you're eating. You have cake. Okay, fine.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure that I was given this opportunity to speak to my fellow students. I'm also a scholar like you. You know, this industry needs frequent upgrade in your education, how you understand things, and that's where we find ourselves that we don't rest when it comes to books. So it's a very good opportunity. Thanks so much, NSSF, Absa Bank Uganda, AI Studio Uganda. My name is Francis Topacho. I've been in the financial industry for long. I started as a technology personnel, networks administration, infrastructure, and now I had to elevate myself into cybersecurity, a very rapidly growing unit in the technology world. And I just have a few talks or communications that I would love to share with you, man or machine, when it comes to AI, artificial intelligence. I think cybersecurity is using more of that. And we shall, I know those that will be coming into the practical world, you'll see it, you'll experience it, you will feel it, because we don't do things manual. We automate, we make things work automatically. You can't review 1 million logs just manually. You see, that's why it is so important for us to have these tools. Man or machine, and I will keep solo when it comes to the man element, because it is needed in our industry or in our daily executions. We don't look at ourselves as men in cybersecurity. We look at ourselves as machines. We call ourselves the human firewall. And that's why I'll focus more on the machine element and how does it impact your career if you are to become a cybersecurity professional or if you are to become a technology professional. Currently, businesses are transforming from the manual element. I come from a financial institution. Guys, we don't do manual things if you are to be in that competitive space. If you are to compete in this industry of banks, For us to serve our customers efficiently, diligently, and on time, we need the machine. So AI is driving our structure, transformation in the job market. We are using more AI to see that we deliver to our customers. We enrich ourselves with the different skills as we are serving our customers. Your career path, as someone who is aspiring to be, and I'll not, this does not lie only with the technology guys. We also look at the business world. I think one of our colleagues, the digital champion, call you a digital champion, because you see, you can't drive business if you are not digitally empowered, if you are not able to put in that element of AI when reaching out to your customers. Nowadays, we have moved away from going onto social media to post what we are selling. The insights that we reach out to our customers to buy our products, no, we are no longer using the manual way. We now have AI-powered tools that are running these pages for us. And when you see in the banking industry, then a couple of them, the adverts you see, these are being controlled in the background by the what? The use of AI, artificial intelligence. And I think next time when we're looking at AI, let's also look at quantum computing. That is an interesting development that is coming in our industry. You see, I want you guys to go and research about quantum computing because it's now becoming attached more to the machine. It's now driving business insane. We are doing things in multi-seconds. Something, of course, AI does it, but with the addition of quantum computing, you'll find more use. So most of the speakers were touching on the point that, okay, are we going to lose jobs? Friends, students, we are not losing the jobs. AI is meant to reform you, to make you better at what you're doing. You see, it's meant to make your processes more efficient. I run around 32 tools in my space. Around 32 tools. You see, I can't do that alone. I can't do that if I'm to just sit and view the dashboards, go in. Of course, I need these skilled professionals when it comes to these tools. We need you guys who are aspiring to be what? Cybersecurity professionals, technology professionals. You see, the software team, just raise your hand. Software, if you're doing software, I think you guys are benefiting more in AI. But now the question is, am I able to use it more efficiently and in the right way? I know most of us go in to these tools, for example, cloud, punch in what you want, and it produces for you the code. Are you able to understand what that code does? Guys, don't develop tools that are going to exfiltrate data from organizations. They'll take you to prison. It's serious. Yes, you are going to use AI, but let it not take you to what? To the moon without oxygen. Use it the right way. You see, get the code review. When I'm assessing these systems before they go into production, guys, I have highly powered tools that will pick out your code and say, this is being used in the wrong way. Please, can you use it in the right way? That's now where AI has come and where it's taking us. So produce quality systems, applications, know what you are doing. Know what you are doing, not just because you want a system, you are trying to rush and present something, you forget your what? Your fundamentals. No, know what you're doing. It's so important. AI is just meant to make your job what? Easier. Go back, review your code, make sure that what you're producing is the right thing. I'll look at, I don't know whether we have medics in here. those aspiring to be medics. Yeah. I remember years then someone would be sick, go to the hospital. For example, I'm a cancer patient, and the doctor starts calculating, say, how long have you been sick? 5 years. Okay, now when I see you have become thin, your blood levels are low, I think in the next 10 days you're going to die. The story has changed. You see, we are now able to do what? Predict medical situations as early as possible. Why? Because we are moving towards the human element. We are using machines to think. And I'll give this from Tesla, Elon Musk. His aim is to build something that thinks human, 100% human. I know he's moving there, and he will get it. He will get it. That guy is so good, and he's going to get it. So, colleagues, friends, please, AI is meant to make our lives better, other than taking away what we have. Let's look at the jobs. In our industry, industrialization area where we produce products. Now I hear if you don't have that skill in production using AI, they're no longer giving jobs. Engineers, automotives. Please, as you study this theoretical or practical bit of it in your classes, sit aside, think about how do I automate certain processes or certain areas for detection. Let me say diagnostic. We are being cheated a lot in these garages. Someone is just diagnoses your car using the eyes. The catalytic converter is the problem. You see? Why? Because we are lagging behind. And if we are to leverage on this technology, we are able to give better services. We are able to make our lives as simple as possible, provide the best services to our customers. I look at in the education world, yeah, I'm a scholar. And I'll tell you facts that I don't have time to sit in class. That is the truth. We have a number of tools, and of course I appear when I have to do exams because they are physical. But the rest of the classes, I'm able to attend because of AI. The university I attend to, of course, knows my schedule that Friday to Sunday or Monday to Sunday, process is fixed, and it's able to give me a fully fledged service, let me say a category of my own and other services around. I know some of us need specialized skills, so they are able to put me in their what? In their program, and I'm able to study. I'm able to have the certifications I want and the number of degrees. Why? Because I feel I need to know more at my own convenience. So the little time you spend, I know university students, we have been there. After class around 5, you'd find us in Jikoni, down there, having life. Now, Kulabi. But please don't be like us. Now it's an AI season, a period where AI is too much. Please use it to enrich your skill. You see, it was very hard for us to move from the lows to the highs. Why? We didn't use that time. Now you have the time. You have the phones. Internet is no longer now a problem. You see, we have 5G. By then we had, I think, 3G or H. The E, you would see the E. The phones, we used to use the button phones to try to surf and pick up things. But you have now the privilege to make your life better, use the technology, and I'll confirm to you that whether you are to do business, whether you are to be a software engineer, whether you are to be a doctor, the main goal is to what? To drive business. And technology, AI, is the business itself, if you are to achieve. So, allow me just touch a little bit on the hiring bit. If I'm to hire, please, these are key areas I look out for as a hiring manager. Of course, we know the skills. I can go and cram and come and present myself as the best fit. We don't ask the basics that you do. We ask out of, because we want to see how you interpret the reality in the real world. Forget about books at school. These are meant to give you the paper, but your skill, and that's why they are sending you to use AI to build your skill. So are you able to interpret for me or do an analytical survey or analyze data from my specific tools that I use to granular data that I can use when I'm reporting? And do you understand the insights within that data? Forget about seeing someone has logged in, has done this. Someone has dropped a table. I have heat maps all around my dashboard. I have 1,000 logs that are false positive. Are you able to make meaning out of that? And that's why we put in these tools to make that life simple for us. So please make yourself rich on how to use these tools. We have a number of tools. Of course, we shall ask you some of those tools when it comes to the interviews and how you are able to interpret data. We make you do the practical bit of it using the tools. Yeah, we do it. Though they are not alarming the way you think. Even you can still sit and use it. It's all about the time you give in to research about it and how to use it. The other bit, of course, we look at your degree will help you in attaining your master's and your PhD. The other thing is integrity. When we are in our world of professionals as cybersecurity, integrity is key. We don't want people who cook results or who cook data. You see, however much you use AI to make life simple for you, don't cook data. We don't. Why? Because you may be able to open up backdoors on our tools. So your integrity is key when we are hiring. The other bit is communication. You should be able to communicate. It's very key. The technical bit of it, we can train you. It's very trainable. I'll give you a simple story about me. I started from the audit space, though with an IT background. Got into technology, then cyber. You see, you're able to what? To train. The trainability is there. And we need someone who is able to transform. You're able to move from one specialty to another, because when you see cybersecurity is wide. Is wide. You may see some cyber security is professional. Do you have the skills when it comes to application security, SOC? See, database security. We break the 6 NIST domains to fit in each of those. We have the detect, identify, respond, you see, the report. So you need to be able to at least match your skill within those 6. That's what we follow. You see, it is as wide as it is, but as you train yourself, we had, I think, someone in cybersecurity here. Yeah. So yeah, when you're training yourself, look at all those 6. Where do you fit? And plug yourself in those. As I conclude, I know I'm the one standing in between you and your lunch. I will I will conclude with this. Guys, AI is redefining, not replacing. The future what? The future of careers. It's just trying to make us better, just the way I said. It's not replacing you. You are the main person. You are the main person. Though we want you to be good and better at what you do. You can do better. Don't just sit and relax. So with those few, I know I can talk and talk and talk and never end when it comes to cyber, AI, technology, business. But with those few words, please take them in, ingest, and see where you fall in this job industry. Thank you so much.
Mr. Francis Topacho, who is the Chief Information Security Officer at Absa Bank. I'm sure we can give him a better hand clap. Now that we have glucose in the system. Guys, we have another round of internship coming up. Please look alive, look alive. I'm going to take one question to Mr. Topacho from, there's one at the front right there. You want to stand up and project your voice, sir, or do you want to wait for me to get to you?
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Haliamutu Joshua. I wrote down my question. You mentioned that humans act as the human firewall, while AI handles millions of automated tasks, and that you run 32 tools to manage processes efficiently. For students aspiring to careers in cybersecurity or technology, what combination of technical skills, digital literacy, and human judgment would you recommend they focus on developing to thrive in this AI-driven environment?
Thank you. Very nice question. I think in my last words, I broke down the domains of the NIST. Yes, 32 tools, human firewall. Who understands the human firewall? Okay. We receive 1,000 phishing messages. So that mind to interpret. You see, that skill to interpret that this is malicious is what we take in as a human firewall. And you can only get that through training. We train extensively. We have a full budget for learning. We learn. We do certifications. It is part of our KPI or PD, personal development goal. You need to learn. We teach extensively. All that may be, the only problem I see may be you not wanting to what? To study. So how do you fit into the different areas, the NIST domains? You have to be at least good at one of those. Position yourself. If I'm into detect, am I able to assess or analyze threats that are into my environment? Am I able to use the threat intelligence tools to identify that whatever is coming in or whatever has been pushed to our environment is malicious? So that is the skill you have to learn. And it's there, it's out there. Look out for different trainings when it comes to threat intelligence. I think, I know Asia Microsoft is giving something good in that area with certification. Look out for that. Also, take on different certifications in SCCP from ISC squared, very good for that. Also, when you look at the detect, how am I able to detect, okay, it has been are planted into my environment, am I able to make meaning? Because we need it. We need to analyze that. You see, you should be good at those. The response team. We have a fully fledged response team that is able to respond to any malicious attacks that are able to come. So we need that skill. So how do you make yourself present in this changing environment or platform? You see, equip yourself. Go use AI. Different tools are there, AI related, that are able to identify. Build your different labs to just upskill yourself in those.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Francis Topacho, the Chief Information Security Officer at Absa Bank Uganda. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And not just for Absa, but also for everyone else of our partners at the Career Expo this year. The team from Fenon, Pepsi, who have refreshed you, ACCA, AI Studio Uganda, who gave us a great presentation, and of course the Federation of Uganda Employers. Speaking of Fenon, Fenon has something very special to show us. And the way Fenon does their things, they like to introduce themselves. Please direct your attention to the screen.
It's Brian Miles here. Behind every unforgettable event, there's a team working quietly behind the scenes to create one seamless experience. So let's welcome the Technical Director, Fenon Events, Stephen Paul Bowen.
Thank you, Team Fenon. Good afternoon to each and everyone here. My name is Stefan from Fenon Entertainment. We've been seated for so long, so I request we stand up, vibe a bit, and dive into the presentation. We can take our seats. We can take our seats. The discussion we're having today is basically man versus artificial intelligence. And I'd love to shift the narrative a bit and discuss man working with artificial intelligence. And I'll quickly take you through how we use artificial intelligence at Fenon. Yeah. So roughly, this is a scope that gives you the 360 of what Fenon does. We do design, graphics, event management, AV, lighting tech, video, music, and a bit of finance. each and every element of these, we do use AI, and I'll take you through how we do each and every element of these using the AI features. I'll start with video. At Phenon, our video team does incorporate AI in almost each and everything we do, right from the shooting. If you can look at this, we have the AI production assistant. That is an AI director who helps you to, one, do smart login. That is automated footage tagging. If you guys look at automated captions, let's say we have a speaker, the Vice Chancellor of Victoria University speaking. This feature is able to pick his name and tag him directly. We have multi-camera switching. We use PTZs and other systems that we integrate into the AI to be able to switch around cameras in real time. And it helps reduce, one, the number of people you have working at a certain event, but also for efficiency and productivity. I'll go to color grading. For those of you who do video editing and use Adobe Premiere Pro, the AI at Phenon, we use AI for color grading. That is automatic color grading, rough cuts, and I'll show you a video roughly of each and everything I'm talking about. Then, at the end of the day, we have cinematic quality. That is the audio enhancement, noise cancellation, boosting the sound quality, and then even the image quality. We use AI to do all this. So here I'll show an illustration of the PTZ cameras. So the person you see there has a body pack, and that body pack is connected to a system that is AI integrated and is able to track that to wherever the person moves. When I talked of color grading and video editing, in Premiere Pro we use various tools that are AI featured. And this is a video of Victoria University's graduation that we did last year. But the rough cuts to the color grading, collecting color temperatures, boosting and enhancing audio, we used AI features that are featured into the Premiere Pro software. I'll play for you the video and you'll be able to see. With this, we have a core of what we do at Phenon, that is bringing ideas to life. That is ideation to the conceptualization, the 3D modeling, and then the presenting of the workflows and pitching them to the clients. So at Phenon, what happens? One, when we get a job, or each and everything we do, it's an idea that we are supposed to bring to life. So we rush back to our 3D studio, and in the 3D studios, we use software like Vectorworks, Unreal Engine, Unity, 3D Max for those of you who do graphics work. We use these softwares and we integrate them with AI softwares and plugins. So part of the plugins we use, there is a Remasterify, Video I/O, those are for audio. But then when it comes to 3D, in 3D the softwares we use, we have Lumio, and then we also have Vid.io. We integrate these into the 3D softwares, and we are able to create the renders, like I'll show you. So in conceptualization and ideas, most of you know Pinterest, Vectis. So we head to these platforms, and we are able to pick out certain ideas, and then in the context of picking out these ideas, we are able to idealize and know that, okay, the event, probably it's a concert, this is the target, this is the communication they want to have, and in that we are able to build a concept using the human mind and the AI. So just like our speakers have been showing us, the AI does not take away the human beings. It is actually the human beings that know how to use these machines that are sitting and using this software to create all these different things. Basically, the human mind is leading the AI software into the concepts and ideas you want to prompt and get. So after the ideation and conceptualization, we head to the 3D modeling concept, where we use Vectorworks, a software that is purely dependent on AI. Vectorworks is able to do stage renders, lighting plots, rigging plots, sound plots, all these things, and bring a concept to life. So this is an example of how we are using 3D modeling software. The syntax you see down here are prompts or commands that we send into the various AI plugins to be able to give us the texturization and conceptualization as we build the environment of what we're using. So this was a project for NSSF that we were trying to do in a tent, but creating the tent itself, the coloring, the lighting and everything, the syntax of commands or prompts, which we send to the AI plugins I've told you that feed back into this software, the Unreal Engine and Blender softwares, to be able to give us the 3D models. So that is a bigger image of the syntax and prompts. So I'll show you here what I was talking about. This is a 3D video of one of our projects. And in this model, the lighting, the effects, the environment and everything, we built using AI, but also the 3D modeling engines. So basically the human beings at Phenon, the creative designers, sit down, they use their brains alongside the AI to do this in real time. This is work that used to be done for 3 months. Those of you who do 3D, you know that doing frame by frame modeling takes really quite a lot of time. But now we're able to execute and do all these things within a day. I'll play for you the video. Yes, so that is a video, a 3D model. So like I told you, we get the idea, we take it into the software, so we are able to show our client before the event actually, that this is what your event would look like, and we shall have this and this placed here and here, and these are also in real scale, because Vectorworks gives you the abilities, be it Blender and Unreal Engine, to do things that are on scale. So we also use AI to be able to do measurements. Back in the days, we used to have to go to each site, run a tape measure, and be able to do measurements. So now when the client contacts us for a job, we just sit back at our office, use Google Maps. Most of you know Google Maps and Google Earth. These are softwares that depend on AI plugins actually to give you locations. So when we pinpoint the place, we're able to orbit around it, get the actual measurements, plug it into the AI software, and design a model. So I'm going to show you how we're able to plug in the orbit and merge it with the 3D modeling softwares. So basically, this is a video showing you how in the Google Maps software and Google Earth software, where the system is able to orbit and show you an actual image of what is happening on the ground. features. There is a gentleman called Julius Lava, used to work with us. He's in Rwanda right now. If you guys look him up on YouTube, he has a song for each and every Afrobeat artist in Nigeria. He has produced music for them, but these artists don't actually have to go to Rwanda to sing. These are AI songs. He would get Kiss Daniel and say, okay, I want Kiss Daniel to sing this, and it happens. So I want to show you quickly how we have been able to also use that locally here. We have an artist who's doing gospel music. So I'll play for you something what she did at studio last week and what AI did put into the sound. Tim Fennon. For us what the AI did, and our audio producers didn't have to do anything, but just put it into the system and be able to give you the sound. The software is called Suno. You can look it up. You'll be able to produce music even from your house. Using AI tools. The AI plugins I gave you, we're able to plug them into our server in the console and run sound remotely. Raymond right over there at the back is our audio engineer. Raymond, could you please stand up? Yes. So if you're to look at this tablet I have here, I have an AI plugin that gives me remote control, and I'm able to feed in digits and prompt the software to be able to control the sound remotely. Those at the back, you can look at Raymond. I'm going to take over the control from Raymond and be able to run the audio. Raymond, please stand and step away from the console so that they don't think we're lying. Tim Fennon, cue for me a song so that I could, yeah. So the songs right now are mute. I'll be able to unmute and be able to play some music for you. So those of you who are able to see, here. They are able to know that at this point I need to either mop or sweep. So it also has a remote control access feature for the robot. I'll show you. Those of you still at the front are lucky to see. This is the robot over here. If you guys can come close and have a look as we... Okay. So those of you seeing, I'll be able to turn on the robot remotely using this application here. The application is AI-based and remote control-based. So I'll be able to turn on the robot, and it will be able to move and look around for rubbish. Unfortunately, we didn't come with rubbish, but it is able to read, or they have given me some rubbish here. I'll put it there. So inside this robot, it has a system that is able to read and know that, okay, now I need to separate this rubbish, which is a paper, a polythene, and other things like that, for it to be able to separate the rubbish.
Technology.
Yes. Then at the end of the day, still using this AI plugin that is in the software, the robot is able to know that, okay, I'm done cleaning, and now the prompt I'm given is to return to my docking hub and be able to charge. So I'll conclude my presentation by encouraging you guys. One, the AI is not here to replace us. The AI is actually here to assist us, make our tasks easier, and make life easier in everything we do. And how are we able to adapt to using the AI? Because those people who know how to actually work with AI are going to replace whoever doesn't know how to work with the AI. One, let's improve our digital literacy. To be able to use all the AI systems AI Studio has talked about, NSSF has talked about, ABSA, SCCA, each and all those systems we need to use, we need to be able to be computer literate, digitally literate, to know how these features work. Critical thinking, you need to be able to think out of the box. Just like you've seen our friends at AI Studio, everything they have developed, it comes from the mindset. A human being sitting back and thinking, oh, this can actually work. We can prompt an AI, we can have an AI that actually works in our local languages. That is thinking outside the box. And such developments are going to put you far beyond each and every one. Adaptability. You should be able to adapt to change. AI is here, it's not going anywhere. There will be no chikono for AI. So we need to work with it and know that it is here. Creativity, that is leveraging the human context. Like I've showed you, everything we do at Fenon depends on art. It's an arts industry, and you have to think really a lot to be able to be on top. I'll end my presentation there. AI will not replace you, but someone who's using AI will replace you. God bless you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lumu from Fenon. Please put your hands together for him one more time. They're one of our partners, and we really do appreciate them. And one of our partners this year is ACCA. Jackie's in the house. Jackie, how you doing? Let me hand you a microphone. Do your thing.
Very quickly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jackie Mbabazi, and I work with the ACCA Uganda office as the business relationship manager. ACCA, nice to see you. Oh, Jackie Mbabazi, nice to meet you, Jackie. Nice to meet you. I always find that wherever I go. So I think I will not present. And I'm just here to say thank you to NSSF for allowing us this opportunity to partner with you and sponsor the Career Expo. We have moved the journey with you all the way from Makerere University, and we're still moving until the 14 universities are done. As ACCA, ACCA is the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and we train professional accountants and finance professionals globally. So ACCA is a global organization or association for chartered certified accountants. And I'd like to see again the finance and accounting people in the room. Finance and accounting, guys, don't feel, yeah, I'd like to see that. And they're the ladies that are putting up their hands. And they'll probably be the next ones that are getting the internships once that opportunity comes. So at ACCA, we're very, very keen to develop finance professionals, and especially the younger upcoming or aspiring generation of accountants and finance professionals. So very quickly, we are present in 180 countries globally. And I would like to say it is not only for those people that are doing accounting and finance, it is for everybody, because the qualification is open access in case you'd like to enroll. But also in line with what we're speaking about today, man versus machine, or man or machine, we are saying man and machine. We're not saying man versus machine, because we are developing a qualification that is going to enable you maneuver or walk through the future in which we are going, which is entirely, or not entirely, but mostly covered by AI. So even when you take away the word accounting from what we are doing, we are trying to develop a professional accountant who can think for an organization. So what ACCA has done, beyond just training you about audits, taxation, about accounting, we're not looking at the finance or the accounting person, the data entry clerks that we're looking at. Stevens was here before, and by the way, I think as they were introducing him, they mentioned that he's a fellow of the Chartered Certified Accountants, because he has gone through the qualification as well, and he's moving ranks. So like he was telling you, 92 probably million jobs are being lost, but 172 million, I think, are being created. And you can be among those ones if you develop your qualification alongside AI. So what the ACCA has done, we have included so many of so much of what the other speakers have talked about. We have, for example, a paper that we call Strategic Business Leader among the exams that we do. And that paper alone prepares you to be a thinker, a business strategist, a business partner. We are not looking at the accountant that we used to see before, the one who used to sit behind the computer and just punch in numbers. We have gone away from that because, I mean, AI can do that for us, just like everybody else said. We have also brought on board a paper specifically called Data Science Professional, where we're incorporating data again, and this time it is going to be very specific, and it's at the strategic professional level, so for you to do. So besides that also, as somebody that needs professional skepticism, judgment, ethics, we have also added what we call the essential employability skills, and those are also aligning with AI in a way. We have digital tech and innovation. We had that the speakers were talking about, you must be innovative, you must be digitally savvy, all those things. So that is what the qualification has added into what you are going to be doing. Maybe for those that would like to enroll, I'll just very quickly highlight, you'd like to enroll for ACCA. It is open access. It is not that you must have had a finance or accounting background. It is not that you should have passed very highly your mathematics or done, accounting at university. I said it's open access. Minimum entry requirements, 5 credits at O level, including math and English, 2 principal passes at A level. That's the minimum entry requirement. And then for those that have an accounting and finance background, probably from university, you may get some exemptions from some of our papers. We currently have a total of 13 papers that you can do to complete the qualification, and they're cut down in 3 different levels. You who have started with accounting and finance, you'll probably get exemptions from the first 3 papers, which are the first level, and then the second level has 6 papers, and then the last level has 4 papers. The beauty is we don't dictate when you're going to do those exams, and we also don't say you must do an exam for every sitting. Because of AI, we have also gone ahead to examine our papers. All our exams are done on computer. They are computer-based exams. So you be sure that you meet some of the tools that you use as you work, including the Excel worksheet, including, the Power BI. We have a lot of Power BI as well. Yeah. Quite a number of them within the exams that you're doing. So as you do your exam, it's computer-based. 2, some of our papers, because of AI, are called on-demand papers because you do those exams, and as soon as you click submit, you get your results there and then. And those are the first 4 papers of the ACCA qualification. So you get your results there and then. But also because we need human intervention at some point when it comes to AI, the rest of the exams cannot be marked entirely by machine. The machine will mark the objectives, but then we need human intervention because we need that judgment, we need the skepticism, we need the human touch. So those results you get for the rest of the exams, those results you'll get after about 6 weeks, after a human has literally gone into your answer sheets and they see what you have done and marked it wrong or right. We talked about how many exams we have, 13 exams. We have talked about all the papers that we have. I guess that's it. I don't really have to waste a lot of your time. I think Stevens just really spoke about what finance, the future of finance looks like currently, and I really, really want to encourage all of you. Oh, by the way, you don't really have to come and complete the whole ACCA qualifications. We have made it in a way that would you like to come and do a bit of, certificates? We have quite a number of certificates, data analytics. We have diplomas as well. You may just want to come and just have, a feel of what finance and accounting feels like because you want to run your own organization or you're a manager, but you want to understand what finance means at a deeper level. Then you can just decide to do 1 or 2, 3 papers and go away with your certificate. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to encourage you. Finance is at the heart of every organization. Whether AI is running it, you will definitely have finance at the heart of your organization. The organization that you're going to work for or the company that you're going to set up, you will need finance at some point. So just get a bit of it. You may not do the entire qualification, come and do the certificates or the papers. Once again, my name is Jackie Mbabazi, very happy to be here, and we are in this for the long haul. Thank you very much.
One more time for Jackie Mbabazi from ACCA Global, ACCA Uganda. My people at the back, there's something I need you to display over there. As we close, allow me to invite the Senior Manager, Marketing and Brand at the National Social Security Fund. Yes, NSSF is not National Savings. It's National Social Security Fund. Mr. Joseph Ntale.
Thank you, Victoria University, for hosting us. I think it's the first time to host us. By show of hands, how many of you want us to come back next year? Let me see. I can only see 4 hands. Of course, we shall come back. In the morning, we had a pact with your team, Doctor and the Professor. We shall come back next year, definitely. And
Inshallah.
I know you give us a warmer reception. So I'm here to close the session. First of all, thank you for participating. Thank you for staying until this time. But I wasn't happy about one thing. Who can guess? I saw, who can guess? Everyone, the top 3 guys who won the internships, 2 guys who won the internships, there were no ladies. So I want to give something to 2 ladies. Yeah? Not internship, but something like a gift. Who come to the stage? 2 ladies can come and join me here.
Yeah.
2 ladies.
You come to the stage.
Who
Don't
can
be you'll miss heaven. You
Who
come.
can raise up their hands? Who can come?
They're here. They are here.
Okay, there are 3. Okay.
There are
Are
4.
there 4?
Yes.
I asked for.
There are 5. There are 6. There are 7.
Okay. Someone is still coming. Okay. I wanted 2 ladies. I have 7 ladies. Okay. I wanted to ask those 2 ladies one question. Who can give us under 15 seconds just a summary of what they have learned from today's session? 2 ladies. And the audience will be the judge, whether it is spot on, whether you're putting air in it, or so. Over to you.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. My name is Chembabazi Ranshote, and I'm doing a bachelor's in procurement and logistics. So for me, what I've learned about AI in general from everything is that there's no need to be scared about it. When I had come earlier, I talked about how human beings use AI as a therapist, and that was my concern. I felt like we were using it for the wrong ways, but as I've learned from everyone today is that we can use AI to better our place in the work environment, to be more efficient so we can focus on the tasks that, instead of like a pile of work like this, it's like this, because we are open to focus on things that really matter. And that's what I learned from today.
Thank you. Who? Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. On the stage is Nagam Kur, a new student from computer science course. Okay. For sure, I'm so excited today for this amazing day. It's my first
event was not there in my mind, and I didn't find it. But as I just surprised today about AI, it's like I'm in another world.
See, I feel so excited. See, even what I haven't even have ideas of, so I can do and do more than that. And one day, I wish not me, not 3 to 4, but all of us will be better than that team and add more team. Bye.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So, in the interest of time, we shall have 2 ladies give us just a synopsis of what they have learned today. But since we have 1, 2, 3, the 2 ladies can, I think, get a mug and a T-shirt, and my other colleagues, friends here, they can get maybe some T-shirts. Yeah. But thank you so much. This gentleman will handle all your requests, so you can please follow him. Yeah.
Man, eh?
Yeah. But please,
I like the way the Muganda just says, go to him.
I'd like to encourage ladies to participate in all these exercises, because it is very important for us to have a gender balance in all the things we're doing. So, like I said, I'm here to close today's session. I wanted to give you just an overview of the Career Expo, and I'm doing this because it's the first time we've been at Victoria University. We have been holding this exercise, this activity for the last, how many years? 16 years. So, over the past 16 years, we have impacted over 120,000 students. Some of them are working with a fund, some of them are not working with a fund, but most of them are doing something. And all together, those students are now saving with NSSF. We have the 120 students have collected so far 236 billion shillings with NSSF. So we are happy that when we come to such universities and speak to you, and we help you find your path after school, you get your right footing into work. So it is very important that for you, you come, when you bring these programs to universities, please come and participate, yeah? So, as I've promised, next year you're going to come back. Please, if you're still continuing with these universities, please come and attend. Now, one more thing I want to speak about internship is, if you have this time around. Now, there are other opportunities that from NSSF that we bring to you. There's a program called the High Level Program. After being trained, you can qualify and seek capital for the kind of things like scholarships. So, have you got that right? FUE? No one. Okay. They have a very good program where they are partnering with 120 companies, and those companies have like an internship program of 6 months. Internship as a graduate training program. You can apply there. They attach you to a company on a job. They pay your salary for the next 6 months. And in the event that company likes what you do with them, they retain you. So why am I saying this? Many of us would want to come to NSSF for internship, but there are many other opportunities that we have that you can apply to and do some work there, and also even get a job there. So I'm trying to let you know that if you feel like you're interested, you can talk to Lydian. Lydian, maybe you can put up your hand. She's seated right there, and she can connect you to FUE to take up those opportunities. So thank you so much for hosting NSSF. Thank you, Doctor, for allowing us to come here. Please send our regards to the VC. We appreciate all the time, all the effort, the preparations. Thank you so much. So I think I'll hand over back to the MC, maybe who will invite the doctor to close for us.
Righto. Yep. One more time for Joseph Ntale, Senior Manager, Marketing and Brand at NSSF. For all the ladies who are up here, you saw Dr. Shamim, you saw the 7 girls who are up here. Let them come and register with you. We're going to send all the collateral to you. Please pick it from Dr. Shamim's office. We're sending you the goodies for them. Keep your applause going, because I'm about to hand over to the Director, Cooperative Education and Experiential Learning at Victoria University, Kampala, Dr. Shamim K. Matovu.
Thank you very much, Rodende. Rodende, I was talking to him this morning that he normally makes me happy. I've talked to you guys that sometimes when I'm coming to work in the morning, people think I'm crazy because I listen to music and dance. He's the guy making me dance in the morning. I listen to his radio show. Very, very amazing show. How many of you are in first year? Raise your hand. Wow. Are you as anxious in a good way as I am? Great. Now, I just want to remind you that this is how we do it at Victoria. You're just starting, eh? On behalf of the Cooperative Education Office, I want to say a massive thank you to the NSSF team, to the colleagues from SCCA, from ABSA. Thank you so much for being great partners to come and do the work of the Lord, right? Because, you know, when God gives us a position in organizations, it's to steward others, right? So thank you very much for taking the time to spend it with us here, to invest it with us here, so our students can get the best future there is. The Cooperative Education team, where are you? If you're somewhere, raise your hand. I'm really so proud of you. Thank you so much for serving our students very well. And for our students, please clap for yourselves. You made us so proud today. When we talk about transformation of education, we don't just talk about it. We want you to be exposed to things that are going to nurture you, to build a career that is meaningful for you to take your time back. So I believe that you have learned a lot just as much as I have. And some of the things we've seen here playing out with Kahoot as well, seeing how you pay attention in class. There's some of you, and I was so happy that you won a present today where she met me last time and said, Doctor, I came to say hello because you said we must be visible. So thank you very much for taking that step to be bold enough and courageous enough to come to this stage. So for all of you ladies that are pending for your, what are we getting? The good things. Please come to my office so that I can remember your face, all right? But thank you so much, each one of you. I know that some of you now have to go to Market Plaza. I want to let you know that the campus is open for you to return. Thank you for learning. Please do not go away and continue in your everyday life, all right? Please do not do that. I was telling my team that I'm very anxious lately because I want to take my time back. So AI will be a tool that will enable you. Change your experience at campus as well. When I did my first degree, there was no AI. Like we were hearing those things in terms of evolution. So take the responsibility to be curious enough. We have data here. You have access to internet throughout your study. Take the time to learn. Don't be lost across the streets, because I know Kampala can be quite, you know, there's a lot happening. You can be here and then somehow a track of something is going on. There's music and then you go along. Take the time to sit somewhere, organize yourself so that you can think about your future. We have a lot of amazing coaches. What we do at the Cooperative Education Office is not just the workshops. Attend your sessions, your coaching sessions. You'll have cohorts where your coaches will speak to you about how you become a human being of value. Understanding the fundamentals of money. NSSF just told us, you guys, if you don't have money, you're in trouble, right? So start saving early. We have conversations where partners come and deliver and speak to you about how you can be a citizen that is responsible. I wish you the very best in your life. We love you so much because as our students, you are our heartbeat, and we mean that. So we expect you to get the best experience when you come to us. So when you find a staff member, ask them the questions. Don't allow yourself to get lost, right? Ask questions, ask for support. We are here to support you, and don't be scared to ask for support. I tell people that I usually get what I want because I'm not scared to ask. Because I know that the worst that can happen is the person who will say no. But it does not mean when they say no today, they will not say yes tomorrow. I will come back again and say, by the way, the other conversation we were having, right? So don't be scared of rejection. It's part of your journey of growth. People will say no sometimes, people will not welcome you, but do not allow yourself not to invite yourself into spaces. I love you, and I wish you all the best from the whole Cooperative Education Office and, of course, Victoria University body. We love you so much, and we wish you the very best of your day. Oh, Cooperative Education Office, apparently. We need to take some photos with our people. So cameras, please. Be careful when you're coming here. Can we have the Phenon team? Thank you so much. And by the way, I need to, Lillian, can we have you guys come here? But I want to do a special thank you, Lillian, because we started this journey together. So thank you so much for believing in Victoria University, that for the first time you came to Victoria University, and I know you're coming back. Because you know when you come to Victoria University, there's no way you can't come back. Yes, so thank you so much. The rest of you can watch as we take a photo, but you're also allowed to take one on your phone.